Just play it safe. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
In St. Louis, you're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. That's youtube.com/TMA STL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. And you're welcome to call in the program at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646. Jackson, did you just add a new effect on the YouTube chat? I happen to have it up right in front of me here on my laptop, and it was like the cameras were moving like we were on a news set on the nightly news as I gazed. Did you have some kind of effect for the start of the show?
No. So what that would be is the cameras are preset for each program. Morning After.
Oh, you see it moving right now?
I do, yeah.
Beacon Ferrario
Very exciting.
in the fast lane. And so these cameras haven't moved since the fast lane concluded yesterday. And so when we start the program today, they move into place for TMA in real time. Pretty cool.
I see.
Looks like a nice zoom in.
Yeah. They
Tonight,
adjust.
we've got trouble overseas.
Right.
And then the camera zooms in, and then it goes tight to Tim.
The preset thing is pretty cool because, like, Carrie Davis, who would sit in your spot in the afternoons.
Jackson's talking to Martin, for those of you not watching on.
Thank you, Tim. Would be a little bit over to your left.
So he sits at a different spot?
Yeah, and then, but the cameras adjust.
Does he has to sit in the exact same spot every day?
No, it's just instinctual. People will always kind of sit where they always sit. I'm telling you.
Okay.
People are, you're more.
But if you set, so this is painful, I understand for everybody, but if this camera is set for where I'm supposed to be, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, but tomorrow I just feel a little closer to Doug.
But you won't do that. Unless you actively think about doing it, you won't.
I'm going to start tracking where I sit.
I'll be darned.
I'm telling you.
Sometimes I sit, sometimes I stand.
Yeah.
I'd prefer to sit. I think in 2025, the programs that I watch, usually they're in a comfortable chair.
Mm-hmm. Well, standing for 4 hours can get to be a little much.
Like a big old lounge chair, kind of
That's
like
what I'm saying.
every show you see now,
Right.
podcast, there's kind of leaning back,
Yeah.
maybe having a
Somebody's family
cocktail.
room.
Maybe they got headphones, or the mic is just on a stand in front of them. They're just hanging.
Might have a cigar going.
No kidding. And everyone forgot how to drive in the fog. That's from Big Blonde Dan, Doug. It's foggy in London town in St. Louis.
How could you forget how
I
to
just
drive?
glanced at the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and they're talking about the fog. It is foggy in St. Louis.
You know, but you forget how to drive because of that? It's too much to just maybe slow down just a little bit? Weird.
Well, that's what
Some forget how to drive when it snows.
Can Doug please say lickety split? I need a little chubbins.
I won't say it just because he wanted it.
Otherwise, you're going to say it. Chesterfield Commons Bread Company is a pony show right now.
Oh,
That's
is it
from the
really?
Tim Man. So, Martin, if you are looking for a pony show,
Chesterfield
it's the Chesterfield
Commons.
Commons Bread Company.
How could the bread company become a pony on the Tuesday morning?
Party
Fair
atmosphere?
question.
You know, like what, free bear claws or something? Gets the people going?
Is it related to the fog?
Oh, that could be.
I was rolling in today, Tim, feeling pretty good, fresh.
What were you listening to? Be honest with me.
I was on Sirius, and I was trying to get some overnight news. So I actually was, CNN and Fox are right next to each other. The problem is they both take the exact same breaks. It's unbelievable.
Is that right? Strategic breaks.
Yeah, almost exactly. So I was just trying to get an update on Iran. I wanted to see if the world was going to blow up. I mean, I know we got our show to do, but I thought I would just check in. And there was a commercial with Nick Faldo.
Sir.
And
Yeah,
and
if
he
you could.
says, Sir Nick here. And I thought, wouldn't it be nice to have that level of respect? I'm about to walk into a show where immediately it'll be, hey, asshats, hey, goobers, hey, dorks, hey, idiots. And I thought, how do you get that level of respect? Sir Doug here. Just do a live read and say, Sir Doug.
You win a bunch of tournaments, I guess.
So you got to do that? So then I was deflated, Tim. Like, he's Sir Nick, and we're just a bunch of asshats.
That's right.
Okay.
We don't do the sir thing in this country.
Well, maybe we should.
Perhaps.
Sir Soccer, but it's Mr. Soccer.
Yeah, he's the only one I can
But I
come
get
up with.
confused, and I would say Sir Soccer.
Sir Soccer.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Okay, he's not a sir either.
Okay.
Sir Taylor Twellman.
He could be a sir.
No, you can't be in this country.
Sir Jackie. Feels just like it has more command to it. I guess he's earned it is the difference.
Being knighted, yeah. That's
all
pretty
right,
cool.
Sorry.
How about this message? Good morning, gents. Thank you for the joy you bring us each morning. And for you, do for us, darn listeners.
And for all you do for us, darn listeners.
Look at that. Take care of each other. Thank you. That's from Martin's Mystery Yeti.
We're supposed to take care of each other?
Do you have a Mystery Yeti? Do I not see it?
I believe I referenced that being a parent of kids playing sports at a young age,
Yeah.
to survive, there's always the dad who has a mystery Yeti.
Yeah.
I didn't say I did necessarily.
Boy, that dad drinks a lot of coffee at 9 p.m.
Yeah, that Yeti. There's no steam coming out of it. A lot of ice rattling in there.
There might be a little nip in there.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a little nip.
Well, baseball dad just rolls the cooler on like 4 wheels in. He just admits, I've got like 28 Busch Lights in there. I got to watch my kid play Corey League.
There's something wrong about sitting in a lawn chair and not having a cold one next to you.
Yeah, it's a rule.
Are we going to talk about Douglas on the fast lane yesterday? Who is Douglas on the fast lane?
Oh, the schedule reader?
Was he on the fast lane yesterday?
I don't know.
Douglas, the next series is going to be national. To let the audience who is not familiar with his work know, Jackson is calling up Douglas's calls to us. I honestly thought he was no longer with us. If this is the Douglas we're talking about, that's from the 618.
I heard it. I'm not sure. Jury's still out. He was in the competition they do.
The gauntlet?
Yeah, the gauntlet.
Here's some Douglas.
Okay, let's hear it.
Carolina, then Tampa Bay.
Do you say Tampa Bay?
Tampa Bay.
Okay. Yeah.
That'll be a good one.
Then they go to Anaheim,
What
then
else?
LA, and then Phoenix. That's in March.
Phoenix, Arizona puts the heat up on you.
Yeah.
So you just call in and read the schedule.
I mean, I think for
What's wrong with that?
That's great.
You can do that on this program, 314-974-0101. But that was probably like 12 years ago, Martin. I think it was season 8.
I'll take the over on 12.
You think it was longer than that?
the audio
Wait,
just
but it was a
felt-
good amount before I started listening.
But I think Douglas had about a 10-year run of calling into sports radio.
And just reading schedules?
He would probably, I could be forgetting, but I feel like he'd have an opening thought. Hey, the Cardinals really need to win tonight. And then you'd say, yeah, you're right. He'd say, because they're going to Atlanta. You're like, yeah, that's going to be. And then they go to New York, and he would just kind of rifle off the schedule. And on occasion, we would say, are you going to read the whole thing?
Next
It's a
thing you know,
nice
you're in
little
August.
niche to have.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think we all got lazy looking at the schedule. We just counted on Douglas. I never knew who was next.
Douglas is absolutely welcome to call in. If we could get that audio, then we can do Doug audio forensics.
Okay, sure we can.
We have been operating in the premise that Douglas is no longer with us, so this would be one hell of a comeback if he were on the gauntlet yesterday on the fast lane. My.
I'm on it.
What a breaking situation this is.
Could it have been an homage?
It could have been a tribute band to Douglas on the fast lane. We'll get to the bottom of it. On the program today, Tony LaRussa is going to join us. That's on the Stiefel dossier at 9 o'clock. Martin, the skipper, has an event coming up.
Yeah, July 16th. I hope I'm getting it all correct, but it's at Stiefel on the Wednesday after the All-Star game. And he told me he did something like this in Oakland, where they had a bunch of A's players. I always thought he was sideways with Canseco, but it was Canseco and Dave Stewart and all these guys telling stories. But they also had Adam Duritz, the Counting Crows lead singer.
Producer Joe's guy. I
Love me, the Counting Crows. And they did, like he would always do those ARF events here. There'd be music, entertainment, but this one is Cardinal stories. And he said there's a lot about Darryl Kyle's influence on the team that never really got told, but it's Will Clark, friend of the show, Mike Matheny, I think Matt Morris, and it's an evening of Cardinal conversation. It's coming up July 16th, so he wants to talk a little more about it. He, announced, I think, to St. Louis on opening day with us, his new LaRussa Pet Charities. Things got a little sideways with the longtime ARF organization. So he's got a new charity, and they're going to try and raise money for local rescue operations. So and then it also fits. I mean, they're playing the Sox, and I honestly don't. I think he works for the White Sox, but I don't really know his role. So we'll awkwardly start with that, and then get chastised, and then the interview will go downwards from there.
Not going to yell at us?
That'll be at 9 o'clock, Doug, where we get yelled at by the Hall of Fame manager.
Okay. Well, I don't mind getting yelled at.
Yeah,
I like to be disciplined.
That off. Yeah, caller Ellen says this is my 3rd day. I'm 3 days into being a James Carlton client, and I feel like a new woman.
Really?
How about this James Carlton? James Carlton himself was on the program yesterday, very down on his performance in a shootout at a tournament over the weekend in which he missed the ball and it shot right up in the air about 20 feet into a flower bed with some fans watching. And caller Ellen is here to lift James Carlton's spirits. He's my insurance agent. He's online at carltoninsurance.net. If you want to call him, 314-961-4800, you can cheer him up. But he's been my insurance agent for 6+ years. And if you go online and type James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agent into Google, you will see 425 5-star reviews for the customer service they provide. Make the switch. They'll do all the paperwork for you. There is a good chance your insurance has gone up year over year, and James Carlton can save you money. You have nothing to lose outside of a minute phone call at 314-961-4800. That's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. Mike Matheny is not a friend of the show. Thank you, Martin, for not saying he was. That's from The Plumber. I don't know what that means. Is there something that I miss?
I think he is a friend of the show.
He's been on the program.
I believe he's been on the program,
once.
yeah. I disagree with the plumber. I don't know what I said because that was minutes ago and I've already forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
But I would list Will Clark, friend of the show. I'm going to list Matheny as a friend of the show.
All right. You're keeping a list over there. I see you writing the names down.
I've learned from Doug to document everything.
Absolutely, you should.
I have the gauntlet audio from yesterday.
I can't wait to hear this, Doug. This could be a huge moment.
All right.
Here we go.
It's time for the gauntlet, and we've got Douglas with us today. Douglas, how are you doing, bud?
Doing well. How about you guys?
We're doing pretty good so far. It's a pretty good Monday. No complaints. So,
Cool.
all right, Anthony's not here this week, but you do have your pick of the litter when it comes to Andrew Marsh, Kerry Davis, or myself. Who would you like to take on today?
I think I would take Mr. Carey.
Mr. Kerry Davis.
I don't think that's Douglas.
Didn't sound
I
like
don't
the
think
same
that's
fella.
Douglas. Did he identify himself as, did he say it was Douglas?
Yeah, he did.
So his name was Douglas, but it's not the Douglas.
Right. That's what I would assume.
Our Douglas had a very distinctive voice.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that was Douglas. Our Douglas. I think it was a Douglas.
I'm hopeful that it was. I don't think that it was, Doug, if I was forced to wager.
Okay. Yeah.
Tim, now the plumber says, what a turd. And I don't know if that's me because I said Matheny is a friend of the show or if he's mad at Douglas for sounding a little bit like old school Douglas. Yeah. You can't duplicate a caller like that.
JCPenney chat support says, are there any callers who are enemies of the show? That's from the JCPenney chat support who takes some time off from chatting with customers of JCPenney and goes into the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Callers or guests? Enemies
of the program.
show.
Well, nobody really calls in and screams. We disagree from time to time.
Self-made stay-at-home Ladue mom and Sharon are
They
sideways.
seem to
Worson's
be.
Wacko and Mr. Licks are sideways. Sweet Kai and the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves are sideways.
Attention.
But as far as enemies of the program, Doug, I don't know. I'm open to hearing who they would be.
It just doesn't make sense to be an enemy of a program. Just listen to something else.
Well, there was the lady that Tim met at the carnival that kind of hate listens a little bit.
Yeah, but I think by the end of it, I think we had become friends.
Wow.
Yeah.
Call in, new friend.
Now her husband instructed her to never do that
Because he's heard what happens.
because he knows what happens.
These are carnival barkers you're meeting at grade school picnics?
That's correct. Yeah, that's kind of what my family and I do on the weekends. We go to the picnics.
Hang around carnivals and mechanics who put the rides together.
Yep. Well, I'm a meat and potatoes guy. JCPenney is not a thing anymore. Who's going to tell that person? That's from Thrill Fan.
It is a thing. It's at West County Mall still.
Yeah.
A number of texts. Martin, if you have the Air Comfort Service text inbox in front of you, have texted in Jeff Passon.
Not a friend of the show. I haven't gotten to that season yet.
That was 2016, I believe, and he did not like Doug opining on, I can't recall what the exact topic was.
I think it was Hillary
I
Clinton.
believe it involved Hillary Clinton, but I don't know what the topic was. He joined us to talk baseball. He chastised Doug for what Doug was saying and then said he could not be on the show and hung up.
Hung up on
and
us.
that was the last time he has been on the presentation nearly a decade ago.
I think he said he didn't want to be on the Rush Limbaugh show. He likened our show to the Rush Limbaugh show.
He seems a little serious. I'm just going to say.
Bit.
Seems a little serious.
Bit, yeah.
Well, that's not a bad run for you guys to only have one true enemy of the show.
Oh, I'm sure we have more. Yeah. But they don't call.
Enemies, call in 969-ENEMY.
I went on record that I never had a problem with the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. She tossed her gloves at me first. That's from Sharon and Clayton Starr.
Sharon, she is a he.
Sharon and Clayton's
no,
I think you
no, the stay-at-home Ledoux mom is no more a woman than you are.
Wow. It's a compliment.
For the sake of this show, I almost took a run at Andy Cohen on Saturday at City Park, Energizer polling, to get him on camera saying he was going to sue Doug over the Real Housewives of TV. I had this idea that if I could just get audio of Andy Cohen, since he's known for the Housewives, and I just didn't have the energy to do it, but I thought it would have been a great bit. So there, Doug, I was thinking of you Saturday at the pitch.
Is Jackson turning Larry Nickel into an enemy of the show by not putting him on? That's
and
from
it is
Just
Tuesday.
Don't Press Push. Yeah, today would be a Larry Nickel day if Jackson will allow him on. I don't know if he's going to.
The notion that I am denying Larry airtime on this program or any other is nonsense, unsubstantiated, and I won't stand for it. I love Larry. I love his calls.
So how come he's not on regularly?
I don't know what you mean.
How come he's not on most Tuesdays?
Sometimes he doesn't call in.
Okay, I thought he was calling
Sometimes we have a lot of things going on.
Not from the looks of it.
Oh, the Stiefel dossier.
I said sometimes. Not necessarily
the Stiefel
today.
dossier takes a hit.
I mean, we have the same series standings as yesterday to lead the show.
Yeah, we haven't changed. They didn't play a game yesterday.
I'm not mad at you, but I am pointing out we seem to have room for Larry in a 4-hour show, but we don't often get to him. And I'm asking if he calls and is denied because he's texted
What do you mean denied? Like I'm like, no, Larry, and I hang up on him? No, he sits there on hold. Sometimes he texts me in a sassy fashion, and then we either have him on or we don't.
Well, right. But when we don't, is there a reason?
Not necessarily, not one reason in particular.
So then you are the arbiter of Larry nonsense?
I guess, yeah. It comes to me, at least.
I already knew Jeff Passan was a dweeb, but hearing he had a problem with Doug just confirms it. That's Sharon and Clayton, and she is in an alliance with Doug, it looks like.
Well, thank you, Sharon.
I just want him to take off the coat and tie once. He's always in a coat and tie, which is great. Professional.
So I'm talking about the Devers trade yesterday, and he has a Nintendo Entertainment System from the 1980s right over his shoulder as he talks about it. I guess that's the home office, the home set, kind of a COVID thing. Martin, if you remember that?
You always had to put books behind it to let everybody know that you'd read all these important books. And if you're just a ball nerd, you'd stick a couple of history books back there so everybody knew you were well-schooled.
And if you'd ever won an award, maybe just one of those.
Just put it behind you.
So it doesn't look like you're showing off with 5 or 6 of them, but just one. To the fact that you dabble on the podium every now and then.
Jeff Passan fan texting in that Passan is deeply unserious in the best way. He goes on national television and does Elmo impressions. He's a fun guy, Doug. That's from Nordique, a hockey elephant.
A hockey what?
Can we find audio of Jeff Passan
I can try.
doing Elmo?
He can get real goofy in his Twitter replies. I've seen him do that.
Producer Joe was producing a show for him.
Really?
Did you know that, Martin?
Producer Joe
was producing a podcast for Jeff Passan before he went to ESPN. This is within the last, I think, decade.
Because I think he was out of Kansas City.
Yeah.
So maybe that was...
And he would like to, as many Kansas Cityans do, still, even though St. Louis has adopted their football team, go after St. Louis in chirpy manner on social media. Specifically, I recall the night of Game 6 of the 2011 World Series when some Cardinal fans were leaving the building. He was saying, I can't believe, I'm paraphrasing, I can't believe all of the supposed best fans in baseball are getting up when this could be the last time they ever see Albert Pujols in a Cardinal uniform. And, of course, over the next hour, we saw some of the best baseball.
Well, it would have been kind of weak to leave that game before it was over.
Wow, calling out the best fans.
Have to agree with him on that. If you left that game early, then you're no longer a B-fib.
I have the passing audio.
Okay.
Jeff, I can't ask you again to do it. Please, give me the latest on Bryce Harper and Elmo's voice, please.
Well, Rich, Bryce Harper doesn't have a contract yet.
but it looks like he might be going to the Phillies.
Jeff Passan, everybody. That's fantastic.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Doug, that's the enemy of the show.
That was on Rich Eisen.
Wow. And if you were on hold, Doug, they'd go to you next. You'd say, I don't want to be on Sesame Street. I'm hanging up. I'll be darned. Good for him.
Yeah. Apparently it's a thing because it looks like Lebitard had him on doing the same thing about Manny Machado.
Elmo.
I guess it's a thing.
Hey, Papers.
What's up?
Just give us one less blues segment on Tuesdays to squeeze Larry in. That's from Big Tough.
Yeah, he doesn't sound happy at all.
You bet. You got it, Tuft.
You bet.
Noted, and we'll execute.
Excuse me, it's Big Tuft. You called him Tuft. It's Big Tuft, pal.
That's fair.
Pal.
Well, he called me Papers. It's Jackie Papers.
So the Red Sox get back solid guys for dumping overpaid dugout cancer Devers. Cardinals need to do the same thing with Nolan Arenado. That is from the 407. Do you think the Red Sox trading Devers could reignite Arenado to Boston, especially with their GM Craig Breslow saying, we are not giving up, we are all in, and the Red Sox fans are angry as hornets?
Well, they're not really the same player. They might have once been, but Devers is right in his prime and still one of the better hitters in the league. And Arenado, sadly, isn't at that level anymore. So you wouldn't get anywhere close to the return, I don't think, that the Red Sox got for Devers.
Were they saying he's the equivalent of Devers, or it's a good time to move him because Devers created an opening in Boston? I felt like they were equating Arenado and Devers, which I don't think is a good comp.
Yeah, I don't know if the Red Sox would be apt to make the move now, but I did wonder about that when I saw that take place on Sunday evening. If
Sox
that could possibly reignite that deal.
They've also won 6 in a row. It could be that it had gotten really ugly there. I don't want to skip ahead on Jackson's dossier papers, but I did see that Chris Cotillo, who I started following, I read a lot of Red Sox on my Twitter timeline on accident because it was during the Arenado talks. I started following all these people. And then you realize you're reading stuff you don't really
It
care.
happens like every playoffs. Like you follow a bunch of people from the opposing
get some
team.
Winnipeg updates.
I had a lot of Winnipeg,
Same.
and then that Sunday evening, following Lowry's goal.
Click.
Yeah.
Follow. Yeah.
But anyway, you had, is it audio? Explaining how Devers didn't want to do anything?
Yeah.
Is this okay on the dossier?
Sure.
Jackson doesn't like when you skip ahead on that Stiefel
Tim, it's
dossier.
technically, I'm going to 8-2 for you kids at home. Flip ahead in your program.
It's okay. This is from Foul Territory, Chris Cotillo, Red Sox beat writer on Rafael Devers.
There's been things like appearances and media obligations and fan meet and greets and commercials and sponsorship stuff that the Red Sox asked Devers to do. And he basically told them what he said in a very viral clip with the former hitting coach Tim Hires. They pay me good, I hit home runs. And that's all he wanted to do. He just wanted to, play baseball. He didn't want to do the rest of it. And I think the Red Sox thought he was going to do a little bit more of the rest of it. I think there was a little bit of frustration around that. And I think he was a little bit frustrated dating back with those spring training comments from last year that they didn't put a better team around him. But that's like a 1 out of 10 on the scale of irritation with each other.
Ooh, base hit. Got all that one.
Little knock.
Yeah, I don't think you deal a player that caliber just because he didn't do some of the charity things outside of baseball. You may be frustrated by it, but I don't think you would jeopardize the team's success because of that.
Definitely sounds like for a star player, they just kind of got sick of him, it sounds like.
Yeah. Well, any player refusing to play a certain position or do something you ask him, but I would ship him out if I was in charge. It's a team game. It's not an individual game. If they need you to do something else, you do something else. If you're making $40 million or the league minimum, it's a team game.
Yeah, if he had it written in his contract, which would have been amazing had they done so, that he plays a specific position, and then they said, well, now you're going to play a different position, well, that would be an issue. But operating on the premise that that likely was not in that monster contract, then yeah, that's the deal. You got to go play another position. His contention in the offseason was that they were going after Bregman and never talked with him about it to let him know, and that irritated him. But then he did acquiesce and go to DH, and then when they were dealing with injuries and they wanted him to move to first base, he's like, I already did one thing I didn't want to do. I'm not going to do another thing. And again, and maybe I'm romanticizing the past, which of course is oft times done, but I cannot imagine that happening 25 years ago. But I could be off the mark on that, and I want to make that clear. I can't imagine that happening and being understood. It's just like, okay, that's what I got to do, and this is what I'm paid to be a ball player. I'd prefer not to play this position, but if this is what I got to do, this is what I got to do. That's the deal. And I can't imagine as a teammate, the teammate would, I can't imagine this is the only way I'm saying is if somehow it were in the contract that he is the Boston Red Sox third baseman.
We should ask LaRussa how he would have dealt with that.
Yeah. No, I think he'd be glad to answer it. I'm thinking more currently, what if Wilson Contreras said not going to first? Like, well, we need you to play first. Not going to first.
My understanding is he wanted to go to first.
Yeah, I think that's right. And maybe the wear and tear, too, catching every day.
Sure. I mean, we've seen a number of players make that adjustment. Molina was the outlier, a guy who played as long as he did to stay at that position.
And the comp with him was Buster Posey, who moved over to first.
Indeed.
I do appreciate the Boston fans are just going nuts, of course. And somebody tweets at Chris Cotillo and said, "You're worse than Lou Maroney when it comes to carrying the Red Sox water," and that's saying a lot. And his response was 30,000-foot yawn. I kind of like that.
30,000-foot
I don't mind
yawn.
it.
I kind of like that.
I'm surprised somebody wouldn't rather play first base than just DH. You really want to sit on the bench the whole game? Wouldn't you much rather play a defensive position than sit?
Yeah. Get back into guys in
I
Milwaukee.
can see why they wanted to move on from him.
Doug's a hypocrite. Will he run the board if that's what was needed? That's from Just Don't Press Push, and I don't know why, but he is not happy with you.
If my job depended on it, I absolutely would.
Why don't you try it the next segment? Just play some drops. Keep us on the air.
I think that would just make us appreciate little Jackie Papers even more.
Yeah, once you know it, it's just button pushing.
Oh.
Wow.
I couldn't appreciate you more.
I appreciate that.
T-Diddy and Marshy Marsh and his playful posse.
I do a lot of things at Channel 4 that I didn't sign up for originally. Right. At some point, you're shooting your own video and editing your own video. I never did that. Wasn't my job title when I signed up there. You do what you have to do.
Now, in fairness, when you wanted to leave, what was it, Rochester, Minnesota, you said you can do a lot of different things that you might not have been equipped to be able to do.
Well, I had done them, just not on a regular basis.
Fair.
I don't know why it's okay in this day and age for a player to tell the team, "I don't want to. I'm not doing that." When did we cross over to that lane, where the players are now in charge? It doesn't make sense to me.
Famous cardinal position switches, right? Schumacher was celebrated.
Doug actually introduced that idea. He really did.
We've got guys, Jordan Walker has had to move. Third baseman.
To me, the one, but it flies under the radar because to an extent it happened in the minor leagues before he became a star. But Albert Pujols, you know where he was when he came up.
Was he a shortstop? Second base?
Third base. But the organization, third base.
And left field for a while.
Then left field, yeah. So it's just what you do. I don't know.
I think he played second for a minute, too.
Holy crap. That's where they usually put guys like me.
Going way back, Joe Torre, who was an all-star, went from catcher to first base to third base.
And he was mad as a hornet about it.
He wasn't. Todd Zeile went from catcher to third base. Craig Biggio with Houston.
Looking up
catcher to second base.
Robin Yount, shortstop to center field.
Yeah, I'm looking up some of the bigger ones. Tim Wakefield, a first baseman.
Wow.
Babe Ruth, pitcher to right field.
Yeah, that's the most famous one I'm seeing.
It's happened all through history. I just wonder when it got to be acceptable for any player to say, "I'm not going there."
Do they have to say it in that voice?
Yeah, they probably did. I'm not going there.
In the closed-door meeting with management, you have to say that.
Or you post on your Instagram, Sure-like organizations where you get to play where you're told you're going to play, and then you kind of do that.
And then they ask, "Is that about us?" No, just a theory.
John Elway started it all. Wow.
Well, he didn't want to play for the Baltimore Colts. And Marvin Demoff, Kevin's dad.
Wonderful 30 for 30 on this whole thing. That was it the 83 quarterback draft, am I right?
He didn't say he wouldn't play another position. He said there were certain teams. He tried to manipulate where he went in the draft.
Which went on with Eli Manning 20 years later.
Yeah,
and,
that's a little
the San
different.
Diego Chargers and the Giants.
That's different than telling your teammates, "I'm not going to do something for the better of the team because I don't like it and it's all about me."
Shame on you, Doug. Mike Shannon from right field to third base.
Yes,
That's bring up
another one.
Irish. Tim, total games played, Alberto. Tony for years would call him Jose. His name is Jose Alberto. 2026 games at first. 641 at DH. That seems low. Third base, 110. Left field, 269 games. Right field, 40. Second base, I wasn't wrong. One time.
Did he really? At the major league level?
Played second base one time. Pitched one time. Played shortstop for 2 innings. Just about pulled a full Okendo there.
Yogi Berra went from catcher to left fielder. Would you ever look at Yogi Berra and say, hey, we need you in the outfield? He was a left fielder when Mazeroski hit that home run to win the 1960 World Series.
Really?
He was the one chasing the ball to the wall.
Oh, is that right? That's a nice little fun fact for no and tell.
Did we have a caller that wanted to move Mason Wynn from short just to save his arm?
Yeah, ice his arm.
You can make your suggestions at 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you're also welcome to text in. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of our text inbox, 314-399-9646. And we have youtube.com/TMASTL, where 174 friends have gathered to watch the show and also talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it on a foggy Tuesday morning in mid-June 2025 in the gateway to the West, which is the gateway to the best
football team.
That's actually what I was going to...
Ernie Banks, shortstop to first base. There's another one.
So lots of examples.
Yes.
So when he said let's play 2, he meant positions.
These are examples of star players, all-star players, better than Devers type players who did it for their team. But he wouldn't.
Doug's had the exact same take on this for like a week straight now. We get it already, Grandpa! That's from Kwame Nvoyukas IV, who usually is mad at Martin. Today, he's decided to be mad at Doug.
What, I should change my take? I should change my opinion to please you?
You be you, Doug. I stand with you.
Audience cycles on and cycles off. Somebody just texted, Pools change positions. We did say that probably 4 minutes ago. Was it 5 minutes ago? Audience cycles on and cycles off.
Yes, the audience.
Molina kind of wanted to play other positions, too. Remember, he would take ground balls at third base and said he could play first base if he had to. Edmonds played a little bit of first base.
Yeah, he would come in late innings and play first base.
I feel like Molina, every pregame out there, was always running around the infield, taking ground balls.
Alex Rodriguez to third. Yeah, they had the famous moment with him going from...
Short to third
when he went from the Rangers to the Yankees.
Ripken did that too, didn't he? Late in his career.
Yeah. So I don't know. I appreciate the question. I think there are people associated with the game who would tell you that is commonplace, but it's more behind the scenes. And by commonplace, I'm not talking about a player rejecting playing a position, because obviously that would be on the big stage, but pushing back on it. And I think that having the conversation with LaRussa coming up at 9 o'clock will be an intriguing one. Devers, went public with his grievances, did go to DH, but did not want to go to first base. And I think that they had enough. And as I oftentimes say, the juice was not worth the squeeze, which is really saying something considering his talent level. And then the Giants have been trying to sign guys and haven't been able to do so. And they have an offense that has weaknesses. And so now they essentially replace Lamont Wade Jr.'s numbers with Rafael Devers. And they already had one of the better records in the National League, mainly because of their pitching. So from their standpoint, huge win. Bet they got to keep him at first base, I guess, or otherwise he's going to be a banty rooster.
No, he doesn't want to play first base. Right, Devers?
Well, they got to keep him in the lineup, I suppose, where he was going to be pissed at the Red Sox for being bounced around. And that was the core issue there, that it started. He didn't want to be at DH, then he didn't want to be at first base. So now you got a guy replacing Lamont Wade Jr.'s numbers on a team that was already 11 games over 500 before they get them. They get there at home tonight as they begin the Devers era. You're welcome to give your thoughts, 314-399-9646, or you can call in 314-974-0101 and participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL. The program is called TMA, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel. Barry Manilow,
God,
Doug.
one of the all-time greats.
Jackson, what is our music theme today?
Happy birthday to Barry Manilow, 82 years young.
Oh, is he? And still performing?
I don't know on
he
that.
is. I think he's in Vegas every now and then.
Through here, wasn't he, in the last year? Maybe?
Yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah.
Spouse, Susan Dexler, and then Gary.
He was one of those guys that everybody refused to admit they listened to Barry Manilow, and every time he'd come out with an album, it'd sell 100 million copies.
And everyone knew all the words.
Mm-hmm.
What's that 8-track in your car, Doug? Meatloaf, Foghat.
Mm-hmm. All the hard rock guys to show just how tough and cool I am. And then it turns out everyone was listening to Barry Manilow and the Bee Gees.
Your thoughts on Barry Manilow and his 82nd birthday, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call into the program. Air Comfort Service sponsor of the text inbox, 314-399-9646. And you can also participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL, where you can watch the program and also talk it over with other TMA listeners. Oli Marmol appeared on Foul Territory Papers. What do we have here?
I got him talking about the young players and the consistency there.
All right, love to hear.
That's been the key to it. Is these young guys showing up every day, knowing exactly where they're going to play and where they're going to hit in the lineup. We haven't messed around a whole lot with the lineup when it comes to just left-right matchups. Our lineup is what it is. Newt and Donnie in the 1-3. And if we're facing a lefty, we've kept it the same way, man. But the consistency in that part of it has led to consistency on the field. And these guys are doing a really nice job defensively. That's why it's hard to kind of move Donovan from second base and bop him around and play him in the outfield and third on days off and things like that. He's been consistent, so I want to keep him at one position. And the lineup as well as far as the batting order. But they're showing up and putting in the work every day. That's been the key to all of it, man. They're hungry to be coached, and they enjoy the feedback, even on days where the feedback isn't pleasant. That like they enjoy kind of hearing what's next for their career, and they've been good about it, man.
Oh, yeah. Line drive, left center. That's down. Base hit.
What do you think about what he had to say?
It doesn't seem to me like they have the same lineup every night. Seems like it's moved around a little bit. They did have Newton Moore at the top for a couple months there, but not anymore. He hadn't been the last couple nights, has he?
And we don't like the constant shuffling, but I do think, we pointed this out with Newt, like at some point you do have to mix it up as much as maybe you want these guys to know where they're going to play, where they're going to hit. There are certain players who do not want to be moved around. I think, was it Arenado who at one point suggested he be moved down or flipped in the lineup? They've had to make some of those moves because of necessity. I'd like to, crowdsourcing within the room here. Can we get a number of lineups used by the Redbirds this season?
Oh, the reaction from little Jackie
He winced.
Papers.
I believe he winced.
The reaction.
Well, there's freaking stats for everything.
72 games. I bet they've had 50 different lineups.
Because you had the same one would be 72.
Goes through every game, Jackson.
That's like basically what that's what that crowdsource was.
We're gonna need
go through every game.
We're going to need
Who would
track that 30 seconds.
No, because there are sites at all. I mean, they'll tell you Sonny Gray percentage first pitch curveball. I mean, you're telling me there isn't a stat for how many? There is.
Okay.
Don't worry about it, pal.
No, I'm looking it up.
No, I'll reach out to other folks. I'll reach out to others.
I typed it in, and I got an answer. The Cardinals have used 60 different lineup variations in their first 71 games of the 2025 season.
There you go.
60 different ones.
Well, I did not think that was just going to be out there.
Nice
The
going, Tim.
alliance is over.
I didn't think that was just going to be right out there like that.
Doug's alliance with Sharon is strong. My alliance with Chairman Kurt is strong. Martin's and Jackson began October 28th, 2024. Died June 17th, 2025, Doug.
I think there was a mini eye roll. That's what led to it.
I thought I was going to have to look at every single lineup.
No, I wouldn't ask you to do
for
that. That's
discrepancies.
absurd. But I know there are stats for everything, including that. And that number surprises me that what he's saying is largely true. That's not very many variations.
There was an era in baseball when you had your starting at 8, and they played darn near every night. But that hasn't been the case for some time now. And certainly the Cardinals mix it up a lot.
Hey, Piddles, don't be the Raphael Devers of TMA. That's from Sharon and Clayton Starr, the Real Housewives of TMA.
Thanks, Coach.
Yeah. Coach Sharon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just thought Jackson and I were more aligned. That's the word the Red Sox ownership used. We just didn't have an alignment with Devers.
There's
Jackie,
creative language.
you looked like you took a bullet, you winced, and then I rolled. I was like, I'm sure in the Google machine it exists.
Oh, you're so sure that your hands didn't move 1 inch to type it into your own.
Oh, gosh. I don't know that we can recover, fellas.
I love how moving down the lineup was Arenado's suggestion, but Rights Holder Media credits Marmol for such a bold move. That's from the Pirates beat writer, Doug, the Pirates beat writer listening to our presentation.
Okay.
And the Pirates manager is... We did this yesterday.
Literally yesterday.
Was it somebody named Kelly?
There you go.
Don Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
How about?
Now we're back. We're
this
back,
show
Martin.
knows managers.
In Ollie's defense, that's mostly because we have 36 catchers cycling in and out. That's from the convex piece of Tim's skull.
Not enough.
Oh.
Which relates back to the
I
dossier.
thought you went 6.
At least.
But if we have 36, then we're good.
4 should get it.
36, 4. Yeah, I mean, maybe 5 in the everyday lineup. Every other batter.
You tell him, Spider. That's from Arbor Day, star texter on the program, which we were watching behind the scenes. Martin, you like logistics, the audience, some behind the scenes yesterday. And my goodness, I'd rather have color bars than get up on the monitor, where Ryan Clark is giving his take on will this season be more of a reflection on Aaron Rodgers or Mike Tomlin. Oh my God. As we speak, somehow some hero in this building had Goodfellas up on this monitor, and I'll have to be honest, I was distracted throughout the program.
Let's see what AMC has on today.
Oh, Jackson, are you the hero?
There was some softball game on yesterday when we came in here.
Oh, you switched that off.
I hit the television set in the studio here, and AMC was playing Goodfellas. I said, well, this will be a nice.
We were all a little distracted yesterday.
That's good radio, too, when 5 guys watch TV.
That feels like Francesa has probably done a show where Goodfellas is on.
Absolutely. Or he's got the Mets over and he's frustrated while taking calls from Pete in Staten Island. Little Chinstrap is such a D-bag. That's from Eric in the Central West End. I don't know what Little Chinstrap is. Jackson Google is a pretty neat thing. Try it out. It doesn't just have NBA Finals information in there. That's from Ian LaPerriere. Doug, you call him Lappy?
Yeah, we did.
Was he
a dumb
22?
text?
Dumb text.
He was an agitator.
Pest Tyson Nash.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Ollie also talked about the fact that they have 48 catchers on the roster. Did he not, Jackson?
Mm-hmm. And now you have 3 catchers. You can't figure out who to play because they're all raking. You're going to be like a AAA team soon where you have 3 catchers in your lineup, and it's just going to be a bunch of good-looking dudes that are banging. How can you get all of these guys to consistently play by the way that they're hitting the ball?
When I look at it, Herrera's raking. He's a professional hitter, man. He does a lot of things well, especially for his age. The way he handles his at-bats, it's pretty impressive. Pages is more of a defensive-first type of guy, and he's done a really nice job. Look, if you can live with this guy every day and watch the way he prepares, understands his staff, but understands the opposition and how well he kind of gains the trust of everybody on that staff, man, it's fun to watch, and it's hard not to catch him because of how well prepared he is. So we've mixed and matched Pozo with Liberatore, and Pages gets the bulk of it, and we want to keep Herrera's bat in the lineup. So we got a little rotation going that's played well up to now, and we'll continue it until we feel like we have to make a change. But at the moment, man, it's worked.
Jackson Stassier says there are actually 4 catchers.
Yeah.
Wilson Contreras.
He's a catcher. You got a lot of guys raking, Doug. You just can't take them out of the lineup.
Well, that is true with Herrera. Hopefully, Herrera's defense can get to a level where he could be your everyday catcher, and you get a lot of offense out of that position. That would be ideal.
What if he's just your everyday DH?
Yeah, I don't know if that's going to happen. I was reading Derek Gould's chat yesterday on STLtoday.com, and they were talking about players that you would say are the core that you're learning about right now, and Gorman and Walker still TBD. Herrera at this point, Wynn at this point, Donovan at this point, and he included, and this isn't going to excite people, Pedro Pages. Obviously, he isn't as exciting offensively as Herrera, but from a defensive standpoint, that's his position, at least for the short term. Cardinals have some catching prospects moving up the organizational chart.
Yeah, well, you can't underestimate the value of a good defensive catcher. I mean, how many years did we see that with Molina? Even those early years when he didn't hit much at all, it was still great to have him in there.
Please stop playing clips of Oli. He is so arrogant and unlistenable and unreliable. That's from the 636 and does not want us playing clips.
Play another one now. Play another one right away.
Good-looking dudes that are banging.
That wasn't Oli.
Was that AJ?
It was.
It
might have been Eric Kratz.
How come we don't ever ask questions of the manager and include the sentence, a bunch of good-looking dudes who are banging?
Put that off.
Well, it's always tomorrow.
Okay.
I do think the game a week ago when Herrera had the go-ahead home run, that 8th inning shot, and then the Helsley blown save, they lost the game. If the season goes sideways, I'm going to point to that game.
That's a nice play.
When it just
Things were trending, man.
You're doing fine. Things are looking up. Here you go. Blue Jays, here you go. Took 2 out of 3 for the Dodgers. Huge swing from Herrera. Guy's clutch. He not only homers, he hits them late in games, either put you ahead or to tie it up. And then the Helsley blown save, and they just sort of unraveled the rest of the week. I'm circling that game. Doug, was that June 9th?
I don't know the dates, Martin.
That was
Rusty Pecker, Martin, says bingo. You shipped it as far as the game that could have thrown things from what could be an intriguing summer to a sell-off of some capacity coming in July.
When your closer starts to struggle, you lose a lot of confidence. You get ahead by a run or two in the 9th, and you go, oh, no, what's happening now? It's a huge thing if your closer is a little wobbly, and he is right now. Hopefully he can get it back.
7:52 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. The program is called TMA here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And the program is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Presenting sponsor of TMA now for 2 years. And you can give them a call at 314-222-2222. If you are in need of a personal injury attorney. They are local. They were founded in St. Louis back in 1979, built brand new offices on the Hill, and they are with TMA through and through. We ask you, support the sponsors. Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. And Ed Hermann, I believe, is going to be joining us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. It's Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Jeremy Rutherford had a chance to sit down with Tom Stilman, and there are some news and notes from this conversation. We will have that for you. It just was posted on The Athletic. That is next here on TMA.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals are back in action today after an off day yesterday. They are on the south side of Chicago taking on the White Sox. It's going to be a 6:40 p.m. first pitch with Matthew Liberatore towing the slab for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's a Barry Manilow Tuesday.
It sounds like that's what it's going to be.
There's another birthday that you'll hear a little bit later. Significant musical
Can't
artist.
smile without you, Jackie. It's a foggy day, Tim. We need some Barry Manilow in our lives.
Yeah, that's
Think
what
about
Jackson's
it.
providing here. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, and the TMA YouTube channel. You can also live stream the program on the TMA STL app and the 101 ESPN app, two separate apps to download. Those apps are presented to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Center. Jeremy Rutherford with his annual sit-down conversation with Blues owner Tom Stilman, and he talks over a wide variety of topics. And one of the things that JR asked him about is, did the second half surge and getting 1.6 seconds away from advancing to the second round change his mind on where the Blues are in terms of their retool? And this is what Tom Stilman had to say. He said, we took a very big step forward this year, a bigger step than we thought it might be a few months earlier. That goes back further than how well we played in the latter portion of the season. It goes back to the three big moves that Doug made, the acquisitions of Broberg, Holloway, and Fowler, along with the hiring of Jim Montgomery. When you look at all of that together, Monty and the players moved us toward a different approach and a different culture in the way we play. And in the end, that was a big step forward. And I would agree with that. I don't know who wouldn't agree with that. I realize there's still a great deal of disappointment for the way the Winnipeg series ended, and understandably so. And I would, of course, say that that is justifiable. But with that said, this time last year, Broberg, Holloway, Fowler, and Montgomery were not a part of this organization, and they will be, at the very least, you would think, in this coming season. Long term, that's to be determined with a couple of them. But that has to give Blues fans and Tom Stilman a greater deal of enthusiasm, in addition to that core group of draft picks that are making their way up the organization.
If they could have another offseason like the last one they had, they might be a contender next year, I would think. They're still a player or two away, I think, from being able to play with the Edmontons and the Floridas of the NHL. But, you know, if they could find a way to add players of that caliber, Holloway and Broberg and Fowler again, just asking a lot to have another, you know, trading season and free agent signing season like that. But if they can do it, I think they'd be right there.
I don't think they're going to do anything dramatic. I don't think they have a ton of money to spend. They could maybe try to unload some contracts if possible, but I think they're looking at Snuggerud being an everyday guy. Maybe Dvorsky cracks that lineup too. I think they're counting on the talent they have, the young guys, to kind of grow, but I don't think they'll go out and do a ton. But I agree with Stillman that it all started in August with the sniping of the Oilers players, and then that followed. Man, that was so below the radar. But we say contender. I mean, the Winnipeg Jets were the President's Trophy winner. Mm-hmm. So the best regular season team, and you should have beaten them in a 7-game series. So I think expectations should be right there.
I wonder if they're looking to snipe a couple players from some other organization this year. I bet they are.
I want to see if any other team does that this year. If that becomes more, since Armstrong did it, now if a few other teams decide, I'm going to do that too.
Why wouldn't you?
With regard to the team spending to the cap, the NHL salary cap's jumping to $95.5 million next season, $104 million in 26-27, and $113.5 million in 2027 and 2028. JR asked Tom Stilman in this Athletic piece at the Athletics app and athletic.com, theathletic.com, what is your take on the dramatic rise, and will Blues ownership continue spending to the cap. First, on the rise of the cap, we certainly understand it because it was artificially held down under the CBA that was entered into during COVID. We knew that it was going to rise. At the same time, that's not easy for a smaller mid-market team like us, so it does present challenges in developing the revenue we need to keep up and remain competitive. Will we spend to the cap? We will spend to the cap if that's what makes sense. We're not going to spend to the cap just so we can say that we spent to the cap. We'll be looking at the actual facts and circumstances, where we think we are as a team, who's available, what's best in the short term and long term, and just what makes sense. More from Tom Stilman in his conversation with Jeremy Rutherford at theathletic.com and on the Athletics app. That is always a good conversation between the two of them, and you can read it. That just posted here within the last hour at The Athletic. It is 8:03 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and the program is called The Morning After, and it's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Head to the store, grabbing some groceries. You know the prices have gone up. Schnucks doing their best to knock down the price on not just 1, 2, 3. How about thousands of items have been marked down, and they want you to know these are not sale prices. These are prices they have knocked down, and you can also look around the store. There's a digital shelf tag that lets you know other for savings that are out there when you're in the store, whether it's Jackson's, is it the Stoke coffee he loves, Kraft singles, Breyer's ice cream, so many items. Can't list them here. It would take hours. They've done this for a while now, trying to save you money when you go to the grocery store. Make sure you've got the app as well, the rewards app. Every time you check out, it's going to add to your balance, and eventually you're going to have lots of money in there that you can use as a discount when you do your grocery shopping. So download the app. You can use it as well for delivery, curbside pickup, all the conveniences you need. If you like going in the store, you like pulling up, having it delivered, however you want your groceries, you can do it conveniently at Schnucks, and you'll be saving money. Thousands of items have been marked down, and those are not just sale items. Check it out at your neighborhood friendly store, the Schnucks, where everyday savings is something you can count on.
Welcome back. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And Doug in studio right now. It's Ed, Herman, and Brody here from Brown and Crouppen. Morning, gentlemen.
Hey, how's it going?
Ed, you deep teased us last time you were in about the backstory on the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. And that disclaimer is something that your partner, Terry Crouppen, has a history with?
Oh, yeah. Nothing happens in the advertising world here in St. Louis, especially in the legal community, if it doesn't somehow involve us in our own history. So anyway, I'll give you the quick version. Back in the years 06 to 09, we had the ad wars here in Missouri. And there was a guy, and he's still out there, and he may be listening. Mark, if you're listening, I'm not going to say anything bad about you. Mark Levison, I'm not going to say anything bad about you. Okay. Other than this is a lawyer that's been in town for about 45, 50 years. And he just hates advertising. He's in one of these old school.
That was a thing with attorneys coming up years ago that you don't advertise.
Well,
correct?
You were not even allowed to advertise until a Supreme Court decision in 1978. That's how recent lawyer advertising is.
I realize that predates you, but what was the reasoning behind that?
It's a dignified profession. We don't need to go out there and advertise our services. People should know what their rights are and just come to us with their checkbook when they need us. It was a very, very hoity-toity, full of themselves industry, in my opinion. And I've always thought that we're just tradesmen. I mean, law is our trade. Plumbing could be our trade. Electric could be our trade. Those jobs are probably more important. I never thought it was any more important than that. But there were a lot of people in the profession that because you had to get a doctorate, they wanted you to be treated like you were something special. Anyway, Mark Levison fell into that camp. A lot of people did. They did not like the advertisers. And, Terry, of course, was the pioneer in St. Louis who was like, hey, it's legal, let's do it. And he built an empire on it. But in the mid-2000s, Mark Levison and there was another guy, Tom Casey, they got it in their head that they wanted to crack down. They wanted to put an end to lawyer advertising. They wanted to make it so difficult that nobody would want to do it. So they approached some people on the Missouri bar, and they started writing up new rules that they wanted to have incorporated into their rules of professional conduct. And they were onerous. They were things like, you got to have this long disclaimer. It has to be read at the beginning of a commercial and at the end of a commercial. And it has to appear on screen in conspicuous size. Things that were so chilling that no advertiser could do it. I mean, things that we've seen like in the pharmaceutical,
pill, really.
like in the pharmaceutical industry. Of course, the pharmaceutical industry has unlimited money. So if they have to run a 2-minute commercial just to squeeze in all of the disclaimers that they're being forced to, they'll spend the money and they'll run for 2 minutes. But local law firms can't afford to do that.
May cause vomiting, diarrhea, depression, and death.
Right.
Oh, no problem. I'll take some.
And possibly it'll take care of the thing you're taking it for, but even that's no guarantee. But anyway, so they made all of these rules. We did everything we had to fight these rules, tooth and nail. We organized the other advertisers. We got broadcasters involved. We got stations involved. I'm sure Hubbard at the time was involved because it was going to potentially kill their ad dollars. All of these places rely on the advertising dollars. I'm sure if you guys watch daytime television, it's not lost on you that just about every ad is a law firm. So there was a lot of money swirling around, a lot of interest, and things got ugly. So Mark Levison decided he was going to run to be on the Missouri bar. And it was his year of eligibility, and if he had gotten on the bar, a lot of this stuff would have gotten through. So Terry decides we have to campaign against this guy. Even though we're not running anybody, we just got to have people not vote for him. We went, and you may remember this, some of you driving downtown, we went and took a whole billboard on 40 near the courts saying, attention attorneys, please do not vote for Mark Levison for the Missouri bar. We took a bunch of staff with flyers out to the courts, and every lawyer that was coming into the courts, we were campaigning, you do not want to get this guy on there, don't elect him. He really wanted to be on that Missouri bar. He wanted to be president bad. Anyway, he lost. He didn't get on, so that was great. Didn't stop him from using all of his political connections to push for as much of these changes as possible. When all was said and done, we fought back on everything, and the only bone we had to throw them was that disclaimer. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. It's a bone. We hate it. Nobody likes putting it on. It's an insult to the public. You do not have to tell the public what they should choose their lawyer on or not their lawyer on, or what they should choose their ice cream on or not choose their ice cream on. People have the ability to do their research, and they do. And we know statistically, nobody just calls us and hires us. Everybody checks us out on the website. Everybody reads reviews. So anyway, so then the little fun epilogue to this, two quick little epilogues to it that are kind of interesting. So the folks at the Bar Association of Metropolitan St. Louis thought it would be a fun idea for their big summer conference to get Mark Levison and Terry to come down and debate each other live on the topic of attorney advertising. This thing got so big that not only was it the most attended BAMSL summer conference, they started doing video simulcast so that people that couldn't be there could watch these two, debate. Everybody was hoping for a really well-executed, intelligent debate. Nobody got that. What they got was a vicious schoolyard fight between these two that, I was up there as part of it, but and I love Terry and all. It was not him and it was embarrassing. The two of them, so much so
Where
that
can I see this?
Oh my God, I bet you it exists somewhere, because there were some elder statesmen
Jackson,
in the
you found
room
it.
that were so turned off by it that they got up and they were basically like, "This is the most unprofessional thing I have ever witnessed. This does not do well for our profession. This is why people don't like us." He walked out. It was like a disaster. About 2-3 years after that, because they hadn't spoken at all, I thought, people need to know, there's an epilogue here. So every year the lawyers put on a comedy show called The Gridiron. They do it for within the profession. It takes place, it used to be at the Chase, now it's somewhere else. And it's all these sketches making fun of lawyers. It's like a night of like Saturday Night Live, and they just write these sketches and they mock lawyers. They do a lot of pre-recorded video as well. So anyway, on that year, I reunited the two of them to see if I could get them to come back to do a comedy video together. And and it was very funny. It was this whole montage of them as if they were a couple enjoying their life, and that they've actually mended fences, and that they're gay.
Like an item.
And they both did a beautiful job on it, and it was classy and it was funny. And when that showed, that kind of, I guess, closed that chapter. It just, okay, they're lawyers, they went at it, but now they're professionals and they're all back. But yeah, that's how we wind up with BS stuff like that. There's always people out there trying to mess up our business.
So that line doesn't exist in other states.
No.
Choice of a lawyer, that's just a Missouri thing?
No, you'll see it in other states, because nobody's original. Nobody comes up with anything original.
Here. That was
we were the first to have that particular language. Although knowing Mark, and again, I don't mean to insult you, Mark, but you're not here to defend yourself, so I will. Knowing him, he probably just looked at some onerous state and tried to find the most restrictive rules in various states. Quite frankly, Iowa used to have the most restrictive rules, and now they've gone the other way. Most states have loosened up, because with the internet, it was impossible for one state to control those rules. Most advertising, 90% of it now is on the internet, and that's nationwide. You would think we would have a nationwide standard, and we don't. Every state has their own rules, and it creates a lot of problems. That's why you get these monster disclaimers at the bottom of the Morgan & Morgan commercials, because they're advertising in all 50 states. So they've got to have a disclaimer that satisfies who's going to read that? It's so pointless. Is anybody out there here? This is what I want to know from the readers. I would like to know the listeners. Yeah, well, they might read. What are you, insulting your listeners?
Yeah, not many can read.
They don't read?
Not many can do it.
Has anybody ever read a disclaimer on any of these things, ever? Has anybody ever read one of these long disclaimers?
I have not, no.
Even in boredom, even in the bathroom when you have nothing else to read.
Meaning to get to it.
Why do we do this to ourselves as a society?
Because it's run by lawyers. This whole society is run by lawyers.
Then it's not run by good lawyers. If it was run by good lawyers, you wouldn't see any of that nonsense.
You like Dire Straits?
The group?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like them.
What is the song when they say, first came the churches, then came the schools, then came the lawyers, then came the rules? Look it up.
I don't know. I think the rules, I think the church has a lot of rules. But regardless, I'll look it up. I don't remember the lyric. But yeah, listen, I'm not here to defend all lawyers. I'm only here to defend good lawyers.
Okay.
So, but anyway, yeah, I don't, that's really, that's all there is to it. Do you ever have any unusual questions about that?
You think maybe Levison was against this because he didn't want the added expense of marketing his company to keep up with those that did?
There's always the possibility of that, but he was not a competitive PI lawyer, so he was not going after the same stuff that we were.
So it was based on the principle of no advertising?
Look, he's the kind of guy that wears an ascot. Is that the shorthand? Does that tell you everything you need to know?
We are not here.
I'm not joking. I mean, look up his Facebook profile. The guy
The
wears an
thoughts and
ascot.
opinions of Ed Hermann do not necessarily reflect those of Hubbard or TMA or Jackson.
Listen, when all is said and done, people have their convictions for whatever reason. I can respect that, but I got a business and a livelihood to protect, and not just my own, but everybody that's there, and I have a public to protect, which I take seriously. And anything that's going to chill the information getting to the public, I'm against. I think the public has the right to all of the information. So, as an advertiser, we're all about getting information to the people. Anybody that's trying to block you from getting information, you should be suspicious of.
I thought this show should always have a disclaimer.
And
the choice of a morning talk show should not be based solely on whether you hate the host and all of their content.
Oh, wait, did anybody say anything? You know how
Ed's monitoring the YouTube channel.
Let me say this.
The Michelob Ultra
You're never
YouTube
going to
chat
find
right there.
somebody with greater loyalty than my son. And
Brody's
you're
wearing
right.
the shirt.
John
They like
Scorch
the
is
shirt.
right, and he's a frequent commenter. Brody used to wear a shirt that had my picture on it, mostly because he was promoting our podcast, but also he has a lot of parental pride. But
that's a great thing to have when your son is in his 20s.
It makes me very happy that he would care that much. But he's a very loyal person, and as soon as they gave him a TMA shirt, he's all about branding. And if they say I'm a guest on this show, they gave me a shirt, I'm wearing their shirt. He thinks about that kind of stuff.
Like that.
Most of us don't think about that at all. I didn't think about it today. I just threw this on because I thought it'd be comfortable.
Your other hot take when you strolled in here was that you think Rafael Devers is in the right here?
I do. I very listen. If this had been a situation where they had come to him at the end of last year and said, "Listen, we want you to start getting some reps over at second base, so we have some position flexibility. We have a lot of available free agents in the offseason that we may want to target. We want to keep some flexibility." That might have been a different situation. But the situation we have here was we were already well into the winter. Alec Bregman was a late sign. And, you have Rafael Devers, who's the face of your franchise, who you propose marriage to. Because to me, when you have one of those homegrown free agents and you propose a contract that's going to take them to the end of their career, as they did, and you're the face of our franchise, that's a proposal. That's at that level. That's understood. He accepted that deal 2 years into it, just because there's a shiny new penny. Alec Bregman, who's not even going to commit to a long-term deal, who doesn't even seem to be particularly enthused about the idea of going to Boston, for them to sit there and ask Devers, insist, but ultimately just ask that he moved and learn a brand new position during spring training. This is a veteran. This is a superstar of the game, a future Hall of Famer who has an established routine for how he prepares for the season. For them to go and do it, he said, I don't want to do that. That wouldn't be my preference. It did not stop them from talking, I'm sure, to Alex Cora, who had coached Bregman. So clearly Cora, was on that side of this issue. They go ahead and sign him. Devers was upset. He struggled the first 2 weeks of the year. He struck out almost every at-bat, if you recall. But he accepted the move to DH because it didn't require him to have to learn a brand new position in the middle of a season. That's a very difficult thing to do. It's a huge distraction. And so he took the thing at DH and then started producing like crazy up until Judge hit that home run the other night. I think Devers was number 1 in the league or number 2 in runs batted in. So this guy is your big producer. Then you wind up getting your first baseman injured, who is a scrub first baseman to begin with. And now you're going to go to Devers again and treat him like he's some kind of a super utility player and ask him, now we're into a season, a couple of months, 70 games into a season. We'd like to ask you to learn a brand new position all over again. The answer is no. And the problem I have, and where Boston lost me completely, was when Craig Breslow responded to him and said, you made your deal with the prior regime. You didn't make it with me. That comment to me, that ended everything. Because no, I'm sorry. Devers did not make his deal with the general manager of the Red Sox. Devers made his deal with an organization. The Red Sox made him that deal. You cannot have a new GM come in and hide behind the decisions of a prior GM. You have organizational decisions, period. That is Bush League. For him to have made that comment, to me, was basically saying, if it had been up to me, you wouldn't be here at all. You don't do that. You don't come out and say that. It's not appropriate. And I get it. You're a team player. You want to be a team player. But you know what? You guys were all hired to do the jobs that you have. If Hubbard came in tomorrow and said somebody's got to clean the toilets, you work for Hubbard, you have a contract, you'd be upset
Maybe
about that.
don't suggest that, Ed. Maybe.
You'd be upset. Listen, you'd be upset about it. The reality of it is there are understandings. There are things built into deals. There is a way things done. There are way things you do out of respect. And it's important to have respect for the face of your franchise. He earned that respect. This guy is on a Hall of Fame trajectory as a third baseman. And, you know, the other positional changes you talked about, they're just not fair comparisons. You're either dealing with people that were spoken to about it in the offseason when they had time to prepare, or people hanging on at the end of their career, or people early in their career just trying to bust in at the beginning. You know, they're just trying to get into the league. They'll get in any way they can. You're not going to find a lot of instances where you have people who are 9 years into a Hall of Fame career at a position who aren't asked but are basically told in the second year of an 11-year deal, we want you to have a different career with us, not the one you thought you were going to have. That's my take.
But can any part of it be, all right, it's not perfect, you hate us, we're not happy with each other, can we work this out? And what we don't know, and there's, you know, stuff obviously leaks out after the fact, was there then pouting or just bad demeanor on him? But he kind of turned somewhat just so upset that it's almost unfixable.
Well, but to your point, though, if all that matters is the productivity on the field, clearly he was performing. Like, there's no question about that. The production was there. So you're talking about, now you're expressing, are there behind-the-scenes concerns? Clearly, they didn't give a rat's patootie about behind-the-scenes concerns, because those concerns were your star player and the face of your franchise saying, I'm uncomfortable with the idea of moving to second base. I'll DH for you. No, ultimately first base. Originally
started
second
with
base.
second. Really?
That was where they wanted him to go when he was moving from third, because they had that Tristan Cassis at first, who they thought was going to emerge. They didn't have second base solved, so they were going to move him there, and then during the season they were going to move him to first. They created those issues, so they obviously weren't concerned about those behind-the-scenes issues. Those are of their own making. He did his job every day.
Right, but I'm saying, even if, okay, we're sideways, let's just work this out. Let's all get along. And if he's, what we don't know, but if he is becoming the quote cancer in the clubhouse, and we don't know, maybe that led them to say, all right, you don't want to be, we get it. You don't want to, this is so ugly, let's just make a move. And that's what I'm saying, in spite of the numbers, there are times when an organization will say, all right, we get it, you hate us, we get it, we get it. Okay, we're going to get you out of here. They could get to that point.
You know, it could. Listen, I would be surprised, because we haven't heard anything like that, number one. And number two, the production on the field was pristine. And it's very unusual for there to be that much unrest going on, and you're not hearing about it, and the production is pristine. So
there's a few things out of it. All right, there was, we referenced a report earlier where they're saying he refused to do any outside appearances, anything corporate sponsored, like he was kind of done with all of that extra stuff, which maybe he was torqued off. But I'm saying there's been some reporting that just his overall discontent.
If they felt he was in breach of his contract, they could have voided his contract and saved themselves having to go through all of that. You know, they clearly, those sound like to me the kind of things that the people in power like to leak out there
after the fact.
To win over public sentiment.
I agree with that part. I agree with that. That was ABC poker that you would have that.
Well, and when it's after the fact.
And it's after the fact, but we're in the middle of a season, guys.
Right.
We won't know if he refused to meet a Make-A-Wish kid in the offseason. That hasn't happened yet. Right. This has all happened in the last 3 months. The man is in the heat of the job, doing his job right now. You really think that right now anybody would be that concerned that he's not making the extra appearances? He's in season.
Well, and I would say the fans don't care about that stuff either. Like, go out, like you're saying, go out, perform, win. That's all we care about.
And that's all the guy did. And let me tell you something. As a Yankee fan, this makes me very happy, because Devers has been the biggest Yankee killer.
Yeah.
Maybe ever. Maybe I put him and Big Papi right next to each other. Every time Devers gets up, it seems like he does damage to the Yankees. So the fact that he'll be in San Fran, all the better. Yeah, I love how everybody out there thinks, you play for a team. Think about the company that you work for, and think about the worst job that they have in there, and ask yourself, if they just came to you tomorrow and said, go do that job instead, how you'd feel about that.
But most people would say, if you give me $30 million, I'll freaking do it. I'm just saying that's what most people's...
They would say that because that's not their life and that's not how they live. Nobody wants to be commanded or forced to do something that they did not sign up to do, period. It doesn't matter how much money you make.
Right, but you're not being sent to war. You're being asked to play a different position. I don't. You know what? I wouldn't overstate it.
That's great. And when we're
saying.
done here, you can go clean the toilets.
Right.
That's not war either.
I'm just saying.
He's not being asked to clean toilets. He's being asked to. He's played baseball every day since he was 4 years old.
I just don't think the everyday person. I don't think it's a comp. I just don't think the everyday person can. And I know what you're saying in your situation. What you're used to.
The everyday person only cares about the money. The everyday person looks at it and says, for that kind of money, do whatever they tell you to do. And they think that that's justified. These are professionals. Devers had leverage. He could have signed for just about any team he wanted. And there would have been teams out there that would have given him the money. He was loyal. They were not, period. It ends there.
Well, I have this question, which is in some regard legal, and I don't know if it's happened before. I view it through the lens contractual. We all have contracts here. You know, I know what my contract says. So I know where I am going to be, what show I'm going to be doing with specific hours. If his contract says, and if he wanted to make sure he was going to be in a particular position, then it would be on him and his agent to assure himself in the contract that he would be at third base. If not, then he is subject to the terms of his contract. And even if he doesn't like it, then he has to do what he is going to be doing, whether that be second base, first base, or third base. How do you see it from that perspective?
I think that there's an understanding when you're signing an 11-year deal that at some point during the course of the contract, health and age may affect your ability to successfully execute your job. I think it's understood that if he had not been able to successfully perform the job of a third baseman, that the flexibility of moving him to DH or some other role, that's sort of understood in the game of baseball, and that's anticipated and expected. What's not expected is when you are in the second year of a career deal at a position that you're playing very well at the highest level of your performance. I think there's an understanding that if I'm killing it in my role, that's the role I'm going to be here playing. I think that that's an understood thing in sport. Do you think that when Tom Brady signed, it says, I'm sure, do you think it says quarterback in his contract?
I would respectfully say that that's a different set of circumstances than putting Tom Brady at left tackle.
Why?
Because they're two absolutely different body types and builds. I respectfully disagree with that. I understand what you're trying to say.
They are two different positions.
But I would counter the there's an understanding that with age you could wind up changing positions. With if you're the organization, there's an understanding that if we can upgrade, then we're going to go out and do that, and that's what they thought that they were doing by bringing in Bregman.
I don't think he's the worst.
Ed is currently enamored by the YouTube chat.
I love it. You got to understand, I get excited when people get passionate, even if it's passionate in their opposition. I just like to wake folks up.
Hey, listen, I don't think he's the worst guy on the planet. I'd love to hear from Chaim Bloom, who not only was the one who promised Devers, he's the one who traded Mookie Betts. He's the Cardinals.
We'll have to remember to ask him when he's made available in October.
He told me in spring training we'd probably talk in October. So, Jackson, if you would write down my questions for Chaim.
Put a phone reminder.
It's going to be a phone book by the time we get to it. I would love to know what he said to Devers and his people, because I guess at the time they thought they had his word. He's not the worst guy on the planet. I think it's easy to call him a cancer. I'm just saying I don't want to overstate it. It's also not a tragedy when they ask you to move around. They probably didn't handle it the right way.
I think Breslow wants the ability to spend money the way he wants to now that he's in charge. And he knew that he wasn't going to be able.
The whole thing to make him mad?
I don't think they created it to make him mad. I think Breslow saw an opening and said, you know what? I can get rid of this guy and that money and get to actually be a GM and get to actually spend money on the guys I want to spend money on. He got a job, but he got no budget. The only way he could create a budget was getting rid of all of that money. Even though Devers is a great player, he wasn't his guy. He was the prior guy's guy. So now he wants to go out and get his guys.
I do think there's some organizational ineptitude here. This Big Walt said he checked out when they traded Mookie Betts. Yep. Keith Kachuk. So they traded Betts, they freed up all that money, and then they signed Trevor Story. I'm confused. Write that one down as well, Jackson, for Chaim. Questions for Chaim. We'll take all of your questions for Chaim. We'll get to those in October.
I think every Major League third baseman could handle playing first base. I don't think that'd be a difficult transition for anyone currently in the game. In fact, I think some would probably prefer to play first because it's so much easier than third base. And when you refuse to make a switch like that, you probably lose your other teammates who are saying, well, he's not in it for the best of this team. He's in it for himself.
Yeah, well, listen, there are going to be, obviously, there are plenty of people on here that agree with that position, that, he should just do it. I think I think it's an oversimplification to say that he could just go over and play first. The guy hasn't even played in the field in months, and he's his DH right now. He's never played. He's never played that position in a major league game.
You can play first.
I know. Doug, I respect you, but just because you say it doesn't make it so.
Well, I know it's so because I've seen it done 1,000 times in the major leagues.
Yeah, but you've not seen it tried with everybody. You don't know what percentage of them would successfully make that move. You don't know how many of them have basically spent the last 2.5 months not fielding anything. And then you go right into a major league game and you go, now you're going to go do this.
Well, at some point he's a baseball player, and he's paid a ton of money to play baseball.
Listen, I think
that contract ought to buy some loyalty from the player as well.
That's why I say, and I get it. I understand it. And to Evil Zierling's point up there,
Ed is being distracted by the
Here's a point that I'm willing to concede. I'm willing to concede the fact that most of the people in the public don't make a lot of money, and we have a collective jealousy over people that make an exorbitant amount of money, and we somehow feel like people are whores, and at a certain level of money, they should do whatever the hell they're told to do. And we feel that way because it makes us feel better about the fact that maybe there are some things that they have to do for that kind of money that don't look glamorous or that aren't ideal. The reality of it is, yes, acting is a wonderful profession too, and you get an opportunity to make a lot of money if you're really good, and you could be Tom Cruise and do all of that. But you can't just take him and say, well, I'm going to take him from that role and now I'm going to make him play this other part that he's not suited for, that he didn't sign up for. You signed him up to be the lead in Top Gun. You don't stick him into the other part. Now you're going to be the leading lady.
God, it's so interesting because I'm looking at it more through a legal contractual lens, even though I'm not an attorney. Because my perspective, I guess it's coming from having signed contracts in this industry that your responsibilities are spelled out if you have a good attorney or agent. And so it's clear. And I don't know, and I want to be clear that I don't know if baseball contracts spell out. I'd be very surprised, by the way, if players had that leverage to spell out that this player will be playing this position.
I would be
so
very
he signed
surprised.
a contract with the Boston Red Sox, and then therefore, as a player, he has the responsibility to play where they want him to play, even if he doesn't like it, if he wants to earn that. Otherwise, he's in breach. So I don't.
If they thought that he was in breach, they could have voided the contract.
I understand that. Well, they were paying him and he was playing, but then they decided they wanted to move on from him because he didn't want to do it. But I think that that's the deal, unless it was in his contract that he was the third baseman. I don't know. That's the deal. You might not like it, but you signed the contract, and if you don't like it, then pay him off, or I'll quit. Take your pick.
That's great. Everybody out there, think about the job that you have in the company that you have it, and ask yourself, if your boss asks you to do whatever they ask you to do, even if it's within your job, if they ask you to have a new responsibility that was not anticipated at the time of your contract, they don't own you.
Well, then, to me, that's on you. No, that's on you. I really disagree with it. And if that's that important, then you got to negotiate that in the deal. And then if you sign that deal, then you got to deal with it.
No,
let's just say.
What about good faith?
Well, I mean, you're looking at it from a subjective lens.
What you're saying, though, is that you'd never need to actually have good faith, because in your world, you'd have to put every single term into a contract so that you wouldn't have to have good faith. If it's not in the contract, it doesn't exist. So then why have good faith? But to me,
the good faith of the organization is to put the best team on the field, and if they felt like Bregman made their team better, then that's the good faith of the organization.
I think the good faith of the organization is you sit down, and when you were trying to get this guy to sign an 11-year deal, when you were trying to entice him, when you didn't have that leverage, you make this guy, you give him the moon. And then the second you get him under lock and you're 2 years in and he's done everything he's supposed to do, and you want to now take away the moon and give it to the shiny new guy who is only going to sign with you for 3 years and not even be a lifetime player there. To me, I just think that it's so disrespectful how they handle it.
Well, you might consider it disrespectful. That's fine, but I don't know if anybody did anything wrong.
Well, Devers didn't do anything wrong. Devers played. He went out there. He never once said, "I'm not putting my uniform on."
I suppose what I would say is wrong is what it's a minor thing, but like doing this crap for a living, I recognize it when somebody leaks stuff to put him in a poor light after the fact. But as far as the deal goes, he was getting paid. He was doing his job. They were doing their job by paying him. But he has an obligation contractually, I believe, to play whatever position they want him to play.
Here's my comp, and I'm making this up. There's a CEO in St. Louis. Let's just say he makes $500,000 a year, and his previous boss says, you don't have to work Fridays. Just don't worry about it. Go golf, whatever you want. The new boss, regime takes over, new corporate ownership, still getting paid, still the CEO. I need you to come in on Fridays. And you're like, oh, my God, I don't want to work on Fridays. But I kind of like making $500,000. You know what, honey? I got to go in on Fridays because it's a pretty good job. And you're saying, well, that's not what they told me before. But I still kind of like the perks. I still like the gig. I would probably do it and say, don't love it, but it's a good gig.
I agree with that completely. But I think that all of us, there's a line that doesn't rise to that line. I promise you, you all have a line. This particular instance for you guys did not reach that line. You're seeing this more like you got to work on Fridays. Other of us have a different line, and I see this as you are trying to get me a job that you did not hire me for, and you're going about it in a very disrespectful, unprofessional manner. That's my line. Everybody who listens, you all get to have your own line, but I promise you, you all have a line somewhere. There is a line somewhere where you would say they can't do that to Devers.
But I think Doug's umbrella that it falls under is you're a baseball player. They're not asking you to go play for the Boston Bruins. You're still a baseball player. We get it. It's not your first choice, but you're a baseball player. We're asking you to play baseball at a different position. It's not perfect. We wish you were still, you're not getting treated the way you probably should have been treated, but it's not a tragedy either.
It might even change next year. It could be a whole different situation.
If these jobs weren't as important as they are, they wouldn't pay what they pay. Right. You can't be treated like this is some casual thing. We're not talking about being in Little League and saying you can go from third to first or first to third or whatever. These are our positions, each of them, that only the best of the best has the opportunity to get to play. I mean, you have to be the best to get to that level. And you're saying, well, the move from one to the other, yeah, you're getting the ball off the bat completely different. You're seeing righties and lefties from totally opposite angles. You're short hopping things, digging things out. You got players running behind you that you got to make sure they don't step on your foot when they run by, like what happened the other day in the game. I don't think they're the same position, and I don't think it's as simple as moving over, and I don't think it's reasonable to ask somebody 70 games into a season to make that move when they haven't been in the field at all.
Ed, from the 314, no matter where you are, your employer tolerates you until they can replace you. Red Sox are not at fault. Devers isn't at fault. Just business. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, and that's probably why business generally stinks. It is. It's not humane.
You need to be a player agent. You make great arguments for the players.
On behalf of the MLB.
You know, listen, I could have just as easily, and remember, too, one of the reasons, guys, that I like to come in here and make impassioned arguments is to remind the audience that we're a law firm, and this is what we do.
And the choice
we go and we present things, and we do it at the best that we
based
can,
on this appearance.
as clearly as we can. Now, I can tell you this. I could come in next time, take the other side of this, and be just as impassioned, because that's what we do. That's my job. Mm-hmm. But, you know, you guys already took the other side, so I had to take the Devers side.
Ed Hermann, Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com. Enjoyed the conversation, Ed?
Yeah. You know.
Yeah, people are fired up.
Moved.
People are fired up.
You're lucky to be playing ball.
Anyway. He's coming a little early. Jackson,
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate it. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. Doug, more Barry Manilow as we celebrate his 82nd birthday.
This is not Bear.
Well, he got in the studio and he got a new producer. And then the GM, Breslow, said, you got to mix it up, Barry. He said, okay, you still paying me $30 million? I'll record some rap. That's what happened.
Barry Manilow didn't swear in his singing.
What? Yeah, this is him. Is this Weekend at New England, the mixed version?
Yeah. The 38th birthday of one Kendrick Lamar.
Wow.
Kendrick, Doug, 38 bills today. He shares a birthday with Barry Manilow.
Okay.
B-Dot.
That'd be a great collab.
The Barry Manilow-Kendrick Lamar collab?
I'd listen to that.
I don't know.
A$AP Rocky did one with Rod Stewart. Anything's possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'd hate to ask Barry Manilow to change his style of music.
No, he would do the hook, the chorus, in his dulcet tones, and then Kendrick would come in for the verses.
All right.
I think it could be great.
Okay, well, maybe they can make that happen.
I think the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today can be great when Uncle Carl's double-sided fleshlight writes in. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's Design Air online at DesignAirService.com. The forecast is getting hot. Now I look at the forecast, and what you usually expect to get starting in mid-May, we've got it. It's just in mid-June. High on Friday, 91. High on Saturday, 94. High on Sunday, 95, then 93, 93, 92 through next Wednesday, and nothing but sunshine starting on Friday. That's what we usually get. Not necessarily those temperatures, but the sunshine starting in May. Now we got it just in mid-June. If you run into any air conditioning problems, go to DesignAirService.com and work with Seth Goldcamp. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. Tony LaRussa is going to join us here in 11 minutes, and I can't wait to get his perspective on the Devers thing, especially after Ed Hermann of Brown and Crouppen was in. And Doug, he ignited the audience. I mean, the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is visible to anybody who is in the studio if you're looking up at the monitor. And then also the Air Comfort Service text inbox, also incredibly active throughout. And I would say, not that Ed cared one way or the other, that, what would you say, Martin, about 95% of the people disagreed with where Ed was coming from.
Yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of a text audit at this point. If you're trying to compare apples to apples, athletes and body types, take the example of a defenseman being asked to play a wing position. Tony Twist did it. Hell, even Jamie Rivers at your station has done it. And that was kind of what we're trying to find good comps for it. Alexander Steen, top player over the course of his career. Craig Berube said, I'm going to need you to be a fourth-line player, which kind of an insult. But once Steen said, sure, a lot of people look back. I'm sure Curbs and Pat Maroon and all these guys who are around it could talk about it. But it was written about and discussed that once Steen kind of accepted he wasn't a top six forward, it really helped them kind of sort out their lines. And Berube had to go to him and say, I need you to be a fourth-line player, which can get sideways. So there are a lot of comps out there where players just asked to do something.
Yeah.
Now, did the Red Sox muck it up? It does seem like they've had some real bad messaging issues in recent years. So and if you're a fan, you're probably like, I just want the guy in my lineup. I want to try and win.
Now, they're not happy in Boston.
No, they lost their best hitter. Those guys are hard to replace. But you still want guys that are in it for the team. Sometimes you can have addition by subtraction.
Tim, I'm more
Not
concerned.
sure this is that, but it could be.
I'm more concerned that onboarding will now include cleaning the toilets.
That has now been introduced.
I'm going to agree to disagree agreeably.
Jackie Pembroke, how about, I know what it says. I just need to stay a little longer. Come in a little earlier.
Well, Ed takes it as a challenge.
Conversations like that.
Ed takes it as a challenge to defend the unpopular position, I think. You know, that's kind of how he's wired. That's what he does as a lawyer. And so, you know, that's what he enjoys doing.
This is not even a close comparison. Devers is in his prime as a premier offensive player in the league. That's from Scissor Me Timbers. I'm not sure what comparison he is referencing.
No, I'm not either.
But his name is Scissor Me Timbers. Veiled Prophet says, congratulations to Mr. Licks on his new position with Payway at Lambert. Saw him last Friday after I landed from Frankfurt. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Now, what is Payway?
That is a restaurant. I didn't know they had a Lambert location, but according to the Veiled Prophet, he saw Mr. Licks working there. Mr. Licks' text is got nothing to do with Payway. Are we still talking about the Red Sox? Give it a rest, Martin. That's from Mr. Licks. He's mad at you. And Scissor Me Timbers says Martin Steen analogy in comparison to the Devers situation. But I don't know if he was making an analogy to the Devers so much as citing other players that have switched positions.
Yeah, Matt, go ahead, Matt. What's happening?
How you doing, Matt? Mike, sorry. What are your thoughts on Saquon Barkley maybe switching to offensive line because there's struggles?
Listen, you know what? I forgot you're off today. You're not in school, so I start the day with a child with a dumb call to start the day. What's the second one? Sorry to waste everybody's time with
Ron
that.
in St. James.
You know, you can't keep the kids away from the phone. Ron in St. James, what's up, Ron?
So he thinks he's a kid, and then he's willing to also insult the kid.
Well, baseball history is just absolutely full of people who have changed positions.
Yeah.
For the betterment of their own careers and for the team, both. Our own beloved Stan Musial was a pitcher, became an outfielder. Babe Ruth.
A lot of text, Tim. It's going to take me through the 11 o'clock hour just to go back and read all of these.
Well, the good news is we're going to get the perspective of somebody who actually did it and what he would think of it. Tony LaRussa is going to join us here in a matter of moments on TMA. You are welcome to participate in the conversation. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in at 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. And then the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, active as a hornet. The J.C. Penney chat support's talking to Jake in St. Genevieve, who's talking to the TMA remote lamp, who's talking to Iggy. And he says, maybe we'll tape a P&G at the wedding Saturday.
Oh, a Pepper and Genie?
I guess so.
I would think Plowsy would be a little too busy.
That was a podcast.
Stop his wedding.
You don't think Madison would enjoy, hey, I know it's our wedding night, but why don't you sit down and do a little podcast?
Hey, buddy. Hey, Joe.
I guess they could.
They were often about 8-minute episods.
Well, maybe
so they could knock it out.
Yeah.
Just,
while he waits for dinner.
Yeah. They were often quick.
I'm not asking that much. Jesus. It's just a wedding. God. Can't cooperate? Like Devers.
Possible Pepper and Genie coming up while Doug performs the vows this Saturday. Are you ready to go for the Plowhawks wedding?
Well, I think so. I've never done one before.
Yeah.
So, there's a little bit of pressure there. You want it to go right.
You're going to do great. I think this could be a cottage industry.
You want me to FaceTime while Doug does the vows while you're at Sweet Sweet Kai's?
Well,
just record. Just a snippet.
It's not about me. That's the thing.
No, I know. But you knowing that already means you're going to do great.
I just want to kind of get out of the way.
Yeah. See? God, I have so much belief in Doug.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. No, I really think this is your third act.
I don't know.
This is your third act. I like that.
Is officiating weddings. It started with journalism, and that I would say that was Act 1 and 2.
This?
Yeah. So locked into journalism.
Just open the door.
Now it's matrimony.
Wow. See, you're malleable. You can move around. You can play different roles.
Oh, Doug? Kidding me? This guy's a utility man.
Well, now I feel pressure to be even better than I was going to be in the first place.
Well, you won't have to worry. Jackson isn't going to be there. So.
Okay. Oh, that's right.
Right.
He's up in Cape Cod with Sweet Sweet Kai, who was texting in about the size of a gentleman's love earlier, but I didn't get a chance to read it. But that's what's on Sweet Sweet Kai's.
Anything to take your mind off,
The nerves of the wedding.
Sure.
Tony LaRussa is going to join us. Looking forward to getting his perspective on this. Plus, he has an event coming up. What is that event, Martin? Mid-July, right?
July 16th. I want to say it's the day after the baseball All-Star game. Sort of a lull in the sports calendar.
All right. The skipper is going to join us. Can't wait to get his perspective on this. That's coming up next. It's TMA 101 ESPN. We are always grateful when new sponsors get on board with the program. We've had a lot of longtime sponsors here on TMA. And Dents Express has been on with us before, and Dents Express is back on with us again. Support the sponsors. If you run into any issues with your vehicle getting all dented up from a St. Louis summer storm, you know where you can go, and they will take care of it all for you super easily. That is Dents Express, a local gem, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. They offer free evaluations with no appointment necessary. They'll handle everything with your insurance. How big is that? That's right. You drop it off, and then they take it from there. They are open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located in West County. You can call them at 636-227-5050. That's 636-227-5050. Or just swing by, tell Gray I sent you. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Thunder defeat the Pacers last night, 120-109, to take a 3-2 series lead. Jalen Williams with 40 points, a 40-piece, a party platter for the third-year player out of Santa Clara. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It is the morning after on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos, and it is our pleasure to welcome to the program friend of the show, Hall of Famer, former Cardinal manager, Tony LaRussa with us here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Tony.
Good morning. I'll try and be as entertaining as Will Clark.
Oh,
nice.
Wow. Tall order. We're looking forward to talking it over with you, but I want to make sure the audience knows what you have coming up. Martin, there's big doings here with Tony.
Yeah, LaRussa Rescue Champions. We talked about that actually live at Ballpark Village on opening day. Tony was talking about this new venture, LaRussa Rescue Champions, and the event that's coming up is going to be Wednesday, July 16th at Stiefel Theater. Perfect timing. It's during the All-Star break. It's that Wednesday after the All-Star game, always sort of a quiet time of the sports calendar. You can go to this event. It's called Celebrate Cardinals Championships. And listen to this list, Tim, hosted by Joe Buck, because clearly we were all busy that night. So Joe will host it. Rick, he's not laughing with us, Tim. He's laughing at us.
Absolutely.
Rick Ankiel, Will Clark, David Eckstein, Jim Edmonds, David Freese, Al Raboski, Jason Isringhausen, Mike Matheny, Matt Morris, Reggie Sanders, Woody Williams, all part of the lineup.
Wow.
Talking ball that night.
That's going to be outstanding.
Well, we're excited, and a lot of it happened during the opening day. We had a lot of the guys had 2 nights to talk, and we were thinking, boy, we just got to do something to keep memories alive. Because one of the special parts about it, in each half, we're paying tributes in the first half to Darryl Kyle, and in the second half to Walt Jocketty. He was the architect of the culture and the talent that came through. And starting in 2000, going into the 2000s, we were in the playoffs all the time, and it just felt like it would be a good thing, to be a fun thing. So, it's going to be entertaining. We're going to have some real classic magical moment videos, and the guys there to explain and get some behind-the-scenes conversations. And we also are, we're going to recognize the champions from the 60s and the 80s, but we have a comedian at the end of the first half that's just hilarious. And then we do a military moment at the beginning of the second half. Tom Satterley, the Delta Force Sergeant Major with the Silver Star from Mogadishu and 4 Bronze Stars, he's going to make a presentation. So it's going to be something that I think the fans will really enjoy. And the thing that most of us are most excited about, it's such a large theater with seating so close to the stage, guys, that the great majority, over 2/3 of the tickets, are on sale for either $65 or $40. We only have a couple of higher price receptions, but it's really going to be available for fans and family to come and not get beat up too much with a ticket price.
Ticketmaster.com or the Stiefel Theater box office for this event. And it looks like the ones, I know you had mentioned who you wanted to show. Man, talk about people that could just steal the show and just grab a mic and tell some stories. But I'm intrigued because Will Clark, we were talking the other day, there was a poll done. It was anonymous, and players were asked what managers they wanted to play for modern day. And a lot of them said Bruce Bochy and maybe Francona.
Yeah, those are the top 2.
And then they said, who don't you want to play for? And a handful picked Oli Marmol. And one guy said, I don't know, whoever the Cardinal manager is, just put him down. So I don't know how scientific it was, but we started talking about players when they get over to a team, they feel differently about them. I wondered if Will Clark was one of those guys. Had you guys been friendly, or once he played for you, he saw the different side of you, even though it was only for a few months? Did you experience that with players? Once they played for you, they're like, man, I used to hate you.
Well, the classic guy is Berkman, as you know. we had those great rivalries. And I love the rivalries with the Houstons. Really good teams, good hard baseball, but there was no cheap shots. Tom Kelly and the Houston manager is just great baseball. So you're not friends, but you're a ton of respect. And I remember there was this article came out in May that Berkman said, for all those years, I'd see that guy over there and I want to punch him if I could. And then after being here a couple of months, he's a lot different, and now he hugs me. I think it's just you treat guys like your family, and the other side is against the family. So it's probably my favorite memory of all of it. Of the time I was together is wherever I managed and the coaches, we always created this kind of culture of family. And so these guys are all friends forever. And that's what, when they get together, it's fun. And that's what the fans are going to hear. They're going to hear some behind the scenes commentary. And, Jim is going to talk about, that home run in the 12th inning in 2004. There's going to be a lot of stuff that fans say, man, I really enjoyed hearing the guys, and at the same time, we'll do the tributes.
Tony LaRussa, our guest here on TMA. Since one of the elements of the program on July 16th is going to be paying tribute to Darryl Kyle, we're not that far off from that being a quarter century ago. Mm-hmm. That is a team, Tony, that was good, don't get me wrong, coming off a Central Division win in 2000 and a wild card / Central Division win in 2001. But that team then became, with everything that it went through, Jack Buck passing the previous weekend, Darryl Kyle passing, a belief that it was a team of destiny. Now that it is 23 years later, can you give any perhaps behind-the-scenes stories of what you saw, whether it be the team's resolve, examples of the team's resolve behind the scenes to take it from where it was? Because you didn't just lose a teammate, you also lost a part, as weird as it is to say, of a baseball team that was key to the team's success, and you had to replace that. Andy Bennis comes along and helps out in a major way, and then you guys make a run and sweep the defending world champions to get to the NLCS.
Well, I think the point, and this is how it's described in the press release, Darryl Kyle is tied for first, or the best teammate you can possibly have. His impact, once he showed up in 2000, because, that's when Walt put that team together and brought along, Matheny and Hentgen and Kyle, that the team really came together as far as, hey, let's go and compete and get as far as we could. So Darryl was such an inspirational part of it that to lose him and know his wonderful family, he was a great father, a great husband, it just mortified our guys. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you've heard this before. I haven't ever said it much at all, maybe once or twice. You want some behind the scenes. Saturday night, it happened during the morning or somehow over the night, but the Saturday game that was postponed, the team got together at the hotel. In fact, Flynn and the kids had flown in from California, and there were a lot of wives on the trip, so we had a real big get-together, and it was very solemn. I mean, people just were in shock, and, a lot of realities for your own life. Man, what happens if this happens to my family? And it was just a moment where we didn't know how to act except be sincere and be brokenhearted. And here's the PS of this. The great pitching coach, Dave Duncan, who I used to see with his sons and his wife, Janine, and he had a soft spot for them. But mostly he's a ex-Marine reserve guy, and I never thought he could get nervous, and he was just tough, man. When he got up to speak about Darryl, and this is Dunk, who keeps it really close to the vest, he started to describe the honor of working with a pro like Darryl, and his willingness to work, willingness to learn and improve. And as he talked, Dave Duncan starts crying. And, man, that was all we needed. I mean, the whole room fell apart at that point, because if Duncan is going to be emotional, then we don't have any reason to hide it. And we will never forget just how sad we were. And then the PS to that, is how do we move forward? The club came to the ballpark for a bunch of days, and we're not into the competition. So it was a challenge for the manager and the coaches to how do we handle this? But you had to be realistic, and you just can't go out there and get on somebody's case because they're distracted. We all were, and it's probably the most unique and difficult task of managing and coaching that we had ever faced, and then or after. And this, you can't make this stuff up, man. This is so true. Bernie had a column where he quoted an interview that he had done with Darryl. In fact, I just saw it the other day, printed someplace. And Darryl was talking about when his father died. I get it from a heart problem, and how devastated he was. That his father had told him, "Look, you have to go on," and in a very articulate way described, you got to put this behind you and keep going forward. So I read that in the morning paper, and we were struggling. And I called a meeting before the game, in our eating room there, and we all were trying to figure out how to go on, and we couldn't figure it out. And I read Darryl's comments to Bernie in the article, and I said, "Here's this great teammate. He's telling us now what we have to do. We can remember him forever, but we have to go about our business. And here's the part that is Hollywoodish. From the day he died to the end of the season, we ended up winning, I think, 97 games. The number of wins that we got after Darryl died was 57, which is his number.
Wow.
Now, that is so weird that we did. But the whole point is that the team was inspired by, we loved Jack and Darryl. We dedicated ourselves to it, and so we got into the playoffs. Unfortunately, got beaten at LCS. We had a chance to celebrate twice, and before we ever popped champagne, everybody got together there, and we talked about Darryl and Jack, and then we popped the champagne.
And he had his jersey there in the dugout with the team too for a while. I suppose that helped a little bit, didn't it?
No, absolutely. We had to do something, and between I think a couple of leaders, were like the pitchers. Mike Matheny was huge. He was very close to Darryl. Albert was, as you know, when we won, he carried the jersey from the dugout out on the field. But they had a jersey, and we were not going to forget him. And we wanted to do something obvious so that nobody would forget him.
Tony LaRussa with us. His event is coming up Wednesday, July 16th. It's going to be at Stiefel Theater. LaRussa Rescue Champions and the Penn Fed Foundation for Military Heroes. The evening is called Celebrate Cardinals Championships. Joe Buck, friend of the show, hosting. Rick Ankiel, Will Clark, David Eckstein, Jim Edmonds, David Freese, Al Roboski, Jason Isringhausen, Mike Matheny, Matt Morris, Reggie Sanders, Woody Williams, all part of the festivities. Tony, earlier we were talking about the situation in Boston, and Rafael Devers ends up getting traded, and it just opened this whole discussion about players over the years moving positions and whether it's a willing thing or an unwilling thing at the professional level. We were recounting Albert Pujols. He played third, left, and maybe we had second base for a game. What do you remember about the early Albert days moving him around? Do you say to him, hey, we want you to grab an outfield glove. Hey, you're on the infield today. Is it dictated to players? How much of that is a discussion?
It's a great question. And actually, it's a test of leadership. So starting with, the front office, going down to the manager and the coaches. In the end, you have to do what's best for the team. If best for your team is to move somebody, you need to communicate it in a way that challenges him to remember that this is not golf or tennis. You're part of a team. In Albert's case, he was part of his greatness was that he was always so concerned with contributing to the team's chance to win. And, I say that proudly and honestly, that this is no kidding and stroking him, and he don't need it. There were so many examples that I can tell you, and I'll give you one. We were playing early on, maybe the second year or something, and we were trying to figure out to do it third, probably 2002, because I think that's when we got Scott. And the question was who was going to play third and who was going to play left field, because we had Mark. I think, well, maybe it was 2001, because Mark's last year. So we play again in Fort Lauderdale, and I've got Polanco playing left field with the wind going out and Albert at third. And after one inning, he says, "Skipper, you know this is the opposite. It should be me in left field and Polanco at third base." Now, he knew that we were looking at him at third as, maybe make the team. But he said no. And so I said, "Yeah, you're right. I mean, we didn't really want to do it, but we wanted to give you every chance." He says, "No, I do left field." He goes, and this is so typical. And I guess my 2 cents is, I was in Boston for 2 years, and lucky to get that ring just sitting upstairs watching him. But Devers is a very special breed, man. He's very special. And I think they probably, I don't want to say it's ugly because this will get around. There's a way to make it happen. In the end, I saw what Ortiz said. This is something that had to happen. But it's, you get talents like that. The communication is critical, and if it falls apart, then nobody wins. Everybody's to blame.
So I'm curious. It's very interesting to me. It sounds like at the outset of your answer, Tony, one of the things that perhaps, fans may understandably overlook because they haven't been a part of an organization like you have, is the communication that needs to be there. And that was one of Devers, I understand anyway, this is all from what's reported, one of his biggest issues with it is that he was not talked to, and that's what Craig Breslow is acknowledging, the GM, that he did not handle as well as he would have liked. So you feel like that's what the dominoes, in effect, to begin to fall, the lack of communication?
Well, it's always going to be an issue. I hesitate only because I was in Boston. Alex Cora is an outstanding manager, great communicator. The front office, with like Sam Kennedy. So this is very atypical for them. But in the end, if you do a good job of explaining and figure a way to make it happen piece by piece, there's usually a way. Probably. This is more. I'm not sure. It's not an ugly example. It's just a fun example. In 2009, right, January, gave Skip Schumacher a call and said, "Hey, you're going to have to make the club a second baseman." And he came into camp and got beat up, but he played second base. So I do think that communication can be very difficult because between the agents and the players, and sometimes the media gets a hold of it, can make it more difficult. But I just know that the Red Sox know that Devers is a huge talent. It's just like what they had to do with Betts. They knew Betts was great, but sometimes you've got that position. You got to make tough decisions. But I just I regret it because I like Devers a lot, and he's fun teammate, and he's fun to watch.
You said Albert was always agreeable wherever you needed him, but did you ever have a star player or a superstar player who would not switch positions? And if so, how'd you handle that?
Well, most of the time I just, since I was surrounded by guys like Duncan and McKay and, Latchman and Okendo Patini, I just gave them the task of communicating. I just sat in the office with the door closed.
It's the easy way to do it, I guess.
Yeah, I always told people you didn't really do that much, and now they're finally, Tim, all these years later,
secrets out
behind the curtain.
That's why my nickname was Teflon Tony.
But it is true in baseball. The office is over here, and then the clubhouse is over there. And managers rarely, you'll see coaches in there all the time, but managers rarely step inside that room. Is that kind of across the board?
No, that's if that happens, and that does happen, it's a good point to make. I'm surprised that you made it, but actually, I mean, if you have a way to have a camera in that clubhouse, when press is not around, if that's what's happening, that's a very unhealthy sign, and that will not last long. Any coaching staff, manager, you circulate, you're a part of it. There are times where you each have your privacy. You know, sometimes you want to make sure the clubhouse they have a certain, private moments, but you don't avoid it. It's like any family, man. You spend time together, and sometimes you're apart. But boy, if you're hiding in that office and you're not allowed or they're not allowed, that's going to change quickly for the worse.
Tim, me getting dunked on reminds me of Tony's one of the ARF events at the Fox, and I had to go out and just introduce an act or something, and he pulled me back. He said, "Hey, man, I got real comedians here tonight. Don't try and be funny. Just get your crap done and get off the stage." It's more and maybe a little stronger than that. And I said, "God, that's the worst pregame speech I've ever been given. Go get him, Tony." So, good luck to Joe Buck that night if he gets that speech.
Well, I'm just, I have to admit that part of communicating is to be honest. And I heard your humor before, and I said, "Look, just here's 30 seconds, and just give the guy and get on. It's all get on, get off,
get on, get off." Joe, though, is a good friend of yours, and Jack, LJ, legendary Jack, was a great friend. You and Carol and Julie. I mean, that's a family you connected with from day one in St. Louis.
Well, let me thank you for giving me this much time, because there's so much to talk about with the 16 years there, and the fans are going to see it. It's going to be it's going to be 3 hours. I mean, we're going to have a 20-minute break in the middle, but the Buck family knew that my family was in California, so every time there was a day game, like on Saturday, I was invited to go dinner with them, and they had like a group of people that was so much fun. And I'll give you, I love this stuff, man. I mean, it fires me up. I talked to Joe yesterday. When I asked, I made sure I talked to him and asked if he was around, could he participate? He said, yeah. But we had never really talked a lot about the extent of it. And you can't make this up, brother. I talked to him yesterday, and I said, Joe, it really is whatever you're comfortable. This is going to be in 2 halves. I gave him the run of the show. And his answer was, look, you want me to do a little bit more, or all of it as far as moderating and hosting, because I know how to get on and off. I'll do whatever you guys want me to do. Now that's perfect, isn't it? Because Joe could have played the role of hey man, I'll make an appearance and just don't wear me out. That's not what he offered yesterday. So I love that stuff, and that's what this night's about. That's our teams were about that. And I'll make one other PS to that. The studies are where you start to rate coaches and managers. I mean, there's very little credibility given to any of that stuff. And like in Oli's case, he hadn't been around long enough. All I know is that the other day I saw Albert speak up for him, and I think he's capable and he's doing a good job.
Well, I want to ask you about specifically, because you're talking about communication. I think that's usually a critical element of great leadership, and that isn't just limited to a baseball manager's office. That can be a business manager, a business owner's office. Knowing where you stand. I don't know how well you got to know Craig Berube while he was here and leading the Blues to a Stanley Cup, but the players all said, you might not have liked what you heard, but at least you knew where you stood, and he was going to keep his word. And that stuff matters. But it can be a fine line to walk, and over time, I would imagine sometimes it can lead to some tension between players and organizations, or in your case, players and managers. So what were your guiding principles when you would try to lead and also do so through direct communication, Tony?
I was, from day one when I started to manage at AA, Paul Richards told me that if you didn't have trust, you had no chance. Trust, credibility. Credibility came because once you went to work, man, you better be able to make some decisions, show that, that you got a chance to be a positive, a negative. But if they don't trust what you're saying, you got no shot. So my whole career, and then later on, Sparky gave me this advice: you get close to the guys, but if you've gotten too close where you can't make a tough decision or have a tough conversation, then you got to back off some. And I think the key, and like in Oli's case, I'm sure as a young manager, he's learning the, there's ways to communicate and stuff like that. But whatever you do, man, you cannot go in there and people not trust you. And I think if you care, and this is where a lot of it, if you care and you know how important it is to create that relationship of trust and respect, then you don't mess with it. But you're like I always kid the guys, I have the office, you have the locker. So in the end, I got to make the decision, but you try to explain to them, and sometimes they disagree. But as long as they know that it's an honest move, and and they feel free to disagree, you don't lose them. Like you get closer.
One of the shows recently, and I don't remember how it came up, but it was about heated rivalries, and we started talking about they hadn't played the Cubs. The Cardinals still haven't played them this year, and somehow we're getting into best rivalries, heated moments, and it came up the time you and Dusty were barking at Wrigley Field, and I swear he gave you the middle finger from across the dugout, but he had played, it doesn't get any better than that from my perspective, but he had played for you even in Oakland. You guys would go at, I think you guys are still friends, right? But you two would seriously be pissed.
Well, when I got fired by the White Sox, I think it was in June, I went to the A's. Dusty was on that club and actually turned it around because I knew from being in the West, they had a better team. They just gotten where they had a bunch of clicks. And Dusty was Carney, Dusty, Dave Kingman, Stu. They helped pull that thing together. So I was always, and I am close to Dusty. We've always been friends. The only two times that was tested was when he was with the Cubs or the Reds, because when you play against each other, he's for his team and I'm going to be for mine, and you're going to have some disagreements. And I think, if you'd read our lips, I would just say, where are you going to dinner? And, I hope you have a good time. He said, yeah, well, it was just exchanging plans for dinner and wishing each other well.
What time should I meet you, Tony? 1.
And what did I just say about trust and being honest?
Yeah, I don't know about the honest part. Tim, one of those years at spring training, you, me, Jim Hayes, we were there, and I said to Tony, it'd be kind of fun. We should all go out to dinner. You're like, well, we're down here in Jupiter. And Tony said, that's a terrible idea. And I said, why? And you said, because then we'd get comfortable and you wouldn't feel good about ripping me during the season. I said, no, we'd still do that. We would just go to dinner. So never happened, by the way, for the record.
Well, it had more, this part. See, if you don't say something, if you don't say the truth, then you're not lying.
Right. So don't write that down, Jackson.
It had more to do about not being bored by the company.
Yeah, that's fair.
Bored by the company.
And then I find out the next day, Doug, he was with like a 5-star general or something, and Gloria Estefan, and then could have been
5-star general and Gloria.
It could have been hanging out with us instead.
Okay, well I got you. This is, I should save this for the 16th, but it won't come up. One of those dinners, one of the very best ones, because my family's in California, so 4 or 5 nights a week. There were so many people around there that this is one of the great ones. If you remember the great General Moore, when we were soldiers, he'd come every spring. So we had one at a dinner. Across from him was Bob Knight, who coached basketball at Army, Bill Parcells, who coached football at Army, and Belichick, his dad had been the coach at the Naval Academy. So those three guys were there. Tom Crean was there. And if you'd have seen the respect, because, Bob and Bill, Parcells, Belichick's more quiet about this, but you know how they can be, they're out there, just having fun and beating people up. And they were so respectful. It still remains one of the great nights of my life because it was General Moore. Now in fact, now I think of it, it may have been the night that I turned you guys down to go to them.
Probably. Yeah. Let's see.
Wouldn't have taken that much to turn them down.
Parcells, Belichick.
So let me just add this. If you BS, that's not lying. So I like to BS. But it's just
It's not.
It doesn't mean you can't trust me.
Now, and are you still a consultant for the White Sox? Would you be at the game today? Cards White Sox. I was trying to define your role.
Well, let's see, Teflon Tony. No, actually, the honest answer is that in spring training we decided that which is true. The organization has moved from like 28th for prospects to 3rd or 5th, depending on the places you see. So we have a lot of good-looking players, and so I'm spending the whole summer going around watching our prospects, and they think can help them develop quicker. So the nice thing about it is 3 of the 4 minor league clubs are in North Carolina. So like right now I'm in Charlotte, and I'll watch the AAA team play tonight. The 4th team is in Birmingham, and so that's what I'm doing is I'm spending most of the games watching minor league clubs and seeing what I think about and how we can advance them. It's actually reminds me of my playing days. That's what I did mostly, just playing in minor leagues.
Tony LaRussa's event coming up on Wednesday, July 16th. It's going to be at the Stiefel Theater. Perfect timing. Day after the All-Star Game, mid-break for the summer. LaRussa Rescue Champions and the PenFed Foundation for Military Heroes inviting you to celebrate Cardinals championships. We've mentioned it. Joe Buck is going to host. Rick Ankiel, Will Clark, David Eckstein, Jim Edmonds, David Freese, Al Roboski, Izzy, Mike Matheny, Matt Morris, Reggie Sanders, Woody Williams, plus entertainment as well. Stiefel Theater, box office, or Ticketmaster, STL, Ticketmaster.com.
Both my wife and my mother-in-law, listening to the interview, have texted me separately saying we probably should get tickets for my father-in-law for this event once they heard about it. I mean, what a star-studded lineup. This is going to be outstanding. July 16th, Tony, we're really looking forward to it. It's going to be incredible, and it's obviously a tip of the cap to you that all these guys who played for you want to come back and help you out, and this is going to provide incredible entertainment for Cardinal fans on the 16th.
Well, I hope that I'm invited back because this is like 3 weeks away. So I hope every week you get me back so we can keep pushing the show.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh yeah, more insults. Great. I can't wait.
Thank you, Tony.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, there's Tony LaRussa with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us perspective on a wide variety of topics, including the Devers conversation from the 8 o'clock hour, and also some behind the scenes on the Darryl Kyle passing when the team was in Chicago for that. Were you up there? I feel like I've asked you that before, Martin.
No, I was here. I think the game was on Fox. We might have been doing a pre or post game show, and my visual of Tony, he did the interview with Joe Buck in the dugout for Fox, and Tony's wearing a Hawaiian shirt, and he never wore like wacky clothes, or loud or bold. And just the juxtapose, they're talking about this, how sad and horrible the day was. And Joe did the interview for Fox with Tony in the dugout. Joel Goldberg was up there that night at the Westin talking to players. I think Vigna, Klein, a couple of guys came out just to address things. But I was not.
Yeah, I was. I flew up there. I mean, again, the context is, and I realize people such as Jackson, who were born in '98, I can't imagine you remember that.
No, I didn't.
Because you're, 4 years old and change when that happened. But the week already had the pall of tragedy because you had Jack Buck pass away, and the funeral was that week. And there is a famous picture, I would imagine plenty of people can envision it right now, the hearse at Busch Stadium making its way along the warning track, and in the foreground of that shot is Darryl Kyle, who 5 days later would pass away at the age of 32. And even though publicly, for his interactions with us, Darryl Kyle was, I guess the best word would be understated. If there was ever a player who typified the Bull Durham, Kevin Costner, this is how you handle the media, it would be Darryl Kyle. But inside the clubhouse, he was the guy wearing the C on his sweater. He was their captain. And so for that team to not only lose their leader, but again, their number 1, number 2 pitcher, depending on your perspective, and then go on this tear, and as Tony said, since his passing, win 57 games, get themselves into the playoffs, beat the defending world champions in a sweep. I mean, that was the Schilling Randy Johnson Diamondbacks, and then go up against the Giants. They truly believed they were going to win the World Series. And to be able to do that, that's one of my favorite Cardinal teams of all time. And I remember Matt Morris had the start against the Giants in that Game 5, where they lost in the bottom of the 9th on a Kenny Lofton base hit. And he was, I think, the closest member of the team with Darryl Kyle. And I know that he just wanted to will that thing back to St. Louis, because if they could get it back to St. Louis, they were going to win it. That's, I think, what the mindset was. And so there's a shot right after Lofton's hit of Morris with his head in his hands, feeling like he'd let the team down. But in reality, he grinded and grinded and grinded in that start to even give them a chance against a team that would wind up winning the National League pennant.
I remember the Bernie column the next day. It was a great column. Just said, no teams are guaranteed anything in the season. You win, you lose, it happens. He said this team felt like it deserved a better ending. And I just thought that was very accurate after everything that had happened.
Had to be the worst week in Cardinal history, I would say, to lose Jack Buck, who everybody loved, and Darryl Kyle, who was such a key member and a beloved teammate. It was a dark time.
Yeah, and I remember Joe even commented at some point. I mean, Joe's such a stud, but he said, losing my dad, he said, I'm sad, it's horrible, but he lived a full life. He said, this doesn't even compare when Kyle died.
Yeah, that team, to think about that week. I mean, you just have that happen, but that week, Jack Buck and Darryl Kyle, and then a team that understandably would have been, just on the floor, picked itself up, and then goes on this tear. It just seemed like it really was a team of destiny. That lineup, Martin, I'm telling you. I mean, that's a hell of an event. No BS. My mother-in-law texted me. He's like, oh, my God, we got to get this for...
Well, and Freeze doesn't do a whole lot either. So you got Freeze in the mix. Will Clark will bust everyone's balls up there that night. And Ankiel, I haven't seen him in a while. He's not doing TV anymore. No, it's just a great collection. You know the stories. And kind of like John Hamm. He's like, I'll talk to you guys again soon.
Yeah,
they'll be back.
These guys are just, I guess we'll have Hamm and LaRussa on together next week. That'll be fun.
Every Tuesday.
Sounds like Tuesdays with Tony's back, Martin.
Tuesdays, all right, let's do it.
Great interview. People loved hearing from the skipper. He's getting texts both in the text inbox and on my phone throughout from the 636. I can listen to guys that have accomplished so much like that talk all day. So many nuanced insights you can take away that makes you understand a lot of the foundation for their success. Almost, and by almost, it still isn't close, almost as good as listening to Tim. That's from the 636. And Jackson has a prize for the text of the day that'll be. What was that face? It's like you just inhaled something.
The call-on was super aggressive.
So loud.
Wow. It needed to be.
It was so loud.
I could feel it coming. Kind of like one of those pre-games at a football game where the super fan gets to do the giant drum.
But at least that's like a deep bass. Like that thing is shrill. You're going to hurt yourself.
That's what I hit right at the top.
It's good smash factor. Martin, you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling? I think you do.
Oh, yeah. Design Air, longest running sponsor on TMA. They bring you that email of the day about an hour or so away, depending on clock management by Tim. The bottom line is this company's been around for more than 100 years. St. Louis-based, family-owned. We're getting into the 90s for the first time this calendar year. So if the AC is not working properly, you've got it on, house isn't getting cool, you know the difference. You just keep cranking it lower and lower, but it's just not making a difference. Have the great technicians from Design Air come out, take a look at that HVAC unit, get it back up and running. A lot of times it's a simple repair. If you need a brand new unit, you're going to get one that'll last forever. That's the company you're going to want to work with, Design Air, for all of your maintenance needs year-round on your heating, your cooling. Sponsor of the show, we support them by sending you in their direction. Think about that convoluted sentence. Just think about it for a while. DesignerService.com is the website.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website. If you're in the market for a new car, no matter what your situation, no matter what your circumstances, they're going to help you get into a new car with little or no money down. They'll get you the best rates possible. How do they do that? He said rhetorically. That's, well, working with over 50 different lenders. Auto Loan Pro can scan the market with those lenders to figure out what's best for you. On top of that, the website has a free playbook. We call it the playbook because it explains to you how credit works, how credit gets dinged, how you improve it, and over the years get a different car, get a bigger car, whatever it is, down the road. By understanding all of that, it will improve your credit. AutoLoanPro.com is the website. There's only one thing to know when you're financing a car. That one thing to know is to choose the Auto Loan Pro. They're part of the Lita family. Get them online at AutoLoanPro.com.
Jackson, I'm obligated to ask why.
On this date, in 1971, Carole King's Tapestry went #1.
One of the all-time great albums?
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Then she had Didn't We Have a Moment around 93. Great song. I sent this song with a couple clips of Steven Jackson running to his foundation. We were doing an event to him and Doug, and I thought it would be a kind of a funny way instead of hip-hop or rap, and I said, you do this, the earth move under my feet thing, and they just wrote back, probably not. I think they wanted some Jay-Z or something, and I was like, think about it, though. It would be Carole King, but who cares? It's the earth move under my... And they're like, yeah, probably not.
I think it'd be a great highlight.
Don't you like that?
Yeah, I like that a lot.
The Alliance is back.
Okay. Jackie back. For a running back video?
Yeah, love it. Love Steven Jackson.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. I see in this segment, at least supposedly, Martin, MLB announces 2025 All-Star Game and Home Run Derby uniforms. I know that when I saw them, I knew that would activate our uniform correspondent, Jackson Burkett.
Yeah, not a big fan.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Not a big fan.
Describe the uniforms for those who have not seen them. Little Jackie Paper.
Well, they're obviously AL and NL jerseys, senior and junior circuit.
Nice.
Yet they're both blue. One is a navy, one is a royal blue, so that'll just be beautiful on your eyeballs when you're watching the Midsummer Classic. It's just not great. It's in lowercase. The AL logo and NL logo are both lowercase, and by logo I mean just the letters NL and AL are lowercase. Script, but lowercase. They're weak. And the question I had attached to it is, do you guys prefer the specialized All-Star Game uniforms or the previous practice of every player wearing their own uniform with a patch or two on it?
Do you even have to ask that question?
I knew where you would be on it.
I'm in the old alliance on this one.
Yeah.
Wear your team uni. I just think it jumps out at you. I like seeing that.
I did see on TikTok, my algorithm fed me the 2009 All-Star Game starting lineup.
Right here at Busch Stadium. Yeah, what do you do? Anything stand out from that?
It's just all of the guys running out in their own uniforms and their own hats. You know, it wasn't even like the most they had was a little 2009 All-Star Game patch on the side of it. And I think there's a happy medium between the specialized uniforms and wearing your own uniform.
I think it's one of the biggest swing and misses that Major League Baseball does. To take away the individual team uniforms from the All-Star Game is a colossal mistake. You always were proud to see your team's uniform in there display. Now they all look the same. They don't look like All-Stars. They just look like a team. It's hard even to tell one guy from the next because you don't know all the players on the other teams. You don't know how they all look exactly.
Right? I thought that's what came about last year. Was they're going to do it this year.
I think this is for the Home Run Derby.
Well, I hope
I'm
that's
reading
all it's
All-Star Weekend. The threads will be worn during Gatorade Workout Day and the Home Run Derby and the day before. Okay, gotcha. Players competing in the Derby will also wear All-Star uniforms, but they will be wearing their primary home and road threads during the actual game. Good. My apologies.
Yes, real bad show prep.
That's my apologies.
Expect nothing less.
Even during the Home Run Derby, wear your darn uniform.
It seems weird to like hedge like this where you're doing half and half, I guess, so you can sell more stuff. Say,
you better believe it, Jim.
Well, yeah,
but they always say that about merchandise, but then you see an alt uniform that's just heinous. And you go, well, what's the point here?
And you never see people wearing them.
All-Star uniform, I'm with you.
When you go to a game, a Cardinal game, you don't see these alternate uniforms or the All-Star uniforms. You see the same old uniforms.
I see a lot of City Connect. They wear a lot of the red City Connect jerseys.
That was another clearing the deck I had for you, Jackson. I forgot to tell you, when I was at the City game on Saturday, I was thinking they may have the highest percentage of people in attendance wearing gear of the team. Blues is up there, Cardinals is up there, but I wanted you to throw that into the future clearing the deck discussion. Or right now.
Doug, would it be better if they just put senior or junior circuit on the jerseys?
No,
that would be cool.
Wear your darn uniform.
But imagine if it said senior across it.
It makes no difference how many 100 years ago which league started first. It's immaterial.
I still can't understand why both of them are blue. Why are both uniforms blue?
Because they don't get it.
Navy.
That's that's awful to look at.
It's all awful.
But it changed it that they're not wearing in the actual All-Star game, because then you likely wouldn't see two players on opposing teams on this field at the same time.
Do you actually understand why the letters are lowercase? There's a reason. That's from the 516. Doug's so cryptic.
I don't know, but that was a really
condescending,
extremely condescending. And then when you don't give the answer to why, it makes it just honestly.
I'm going to block whoever wrote that
worst.
in. I'm blocking.
That's the 516. Doug.
There's a reason behind it. Of course, I won't tell you.
Condescension. Just got yourself suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time. I don't imagine this feels very good. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to be punitive.
That's
Enlighten
from,
us. Enlighten us.
It's from Nassau County, New York. You could have gotten sniped from the Hamptons.
Oh,
yeah. The show is big in, is it Montauk?
Yeah, pretty big in Montauk, Southampton. Yeah.
From the 516.
It's an ode to Braves throwbacks that had the lowercase.
Oh, that's
Remember
a bad.
that?
Well, that's a bad reason. That's a bad reason.
Horrible reason.
A reason
Terrible.
is not justification. It's a bad reason.
Yeah, it's awful.
Send your emails in with bad reasons. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling. Email of the day. The program's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here with you to talk about aesthetic, design, and build. Well, now we are officially in summer, and it feels like it, and you're going to be outside quite a bit. Wouldn't you like to have a full-on, customized outdoor living space? Well, that's where aesthetic, design, and build comes into play. Dan and his team have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work they are capable of doing. Full-on custom decks, adding on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens, they really do have answers for it all. The best thing is that they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research. They're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. You can call them at 636-532-5008, or you can visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. I can't follow a theme today.
I can't either.
Well, take your meds, boys. Take your meds.
Yeah, I guess that's what it is.
Just celebrating some friends.
Back to B-Dot.
Yeah, B-Dot. Big B.
Big B, Barry Manilow, celebrating his 82nd birthday today with us.
Well, the audience cycles on and cycles off.
Right.
So if you missed it earlier.
I really appreciate guys in that age group still going strong, still battling it. And LaRussa, too, 80.
Still cancer.
Still scouting. Yeah, fought the cancer, still putting on charity events. God bless him. That's really nice.
I think he's one of those guys who just doesn't want to just sit around, play some golf, play some cards, wants to just keep moving, keep doing stuff. I didn't realize the White Sox prospect list had jumped that high. I actually was looking at their record because they're terrible, and the Cardinals are about to play them, but they're about 500 at home.
That's right. It's a tough place to play with that crowd.
What kind of crowds are they getting? 4,000?
Nobody's playing better than the White Sox.
Right. I mean, nobody's playing better than the Pirates. Tony LaRussa with us. If you missed it, go back and podcast. Major recommendation. The podcast brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Tony was with us at the outset of the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. There is a great deal of angst. Watch this, Doug. Nay, anger. Directed toward Jackson being called Vladimir Burkett for keeping keeping Larry Nickel off the program. But has he been on hold?
No, he hasn't called in today.
Well, he texted you something sassy.
No text. I got nothing. My phone is bone dry.
We had a couple lengthy interviews. It'd be hard to squeeze them in.
Yeah, I mean,
I think we got to say to the skipper, Tony, can you just hang on for a second? We're going to go to Larry Nickel real quick.
Yeah, like an interlude.
Yeah,
I think that would have went well. No, I haven't heard anything from Larry. So, but I'll wear it, I guess.
John Score says we want Nickel.
Okay. Again. There has to be, it takes two to tango.
Mm-hmm. Did you send out a bat signal just now for Larry? It sounds like.
Would you like me to? I can.
Well, is that what's happening? Much like Mr. Lick calling in prompts Matt Holliday to call in.
That's right. There is a cause and effect there.
I can text Larry.
Well, I mean, I didn't know if he was on hold, and then you were filtering him.
No. Have not heard from him.
Okay. There it is. John Scores in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. The TMA remote lamp says Larry has given up. Thanks, Paper.
Oh, gosh, I hope not. How are we going to stay current with what's happening in wrestling?
Larry here's his open invite. I can't say it any clearer. He is welcome to call in at any time.
Sounds like you want him off the show.
Right. This is a real interaction between me and the text line. As I say something, and it's like, oh, Jackson doesn't want him. Vladimir Burkett. Whatever.
Doug, here is something that we all can get behind.
All right.
You will be happy to hear the rankings of the best fries in 2025.
No.
It is out, and you might be surprised by the results. This is a wonderful link, Chairman. I don't know if this is you or Jackson. I don't recall. I just know it was in the links today.
I think I sent it last night.
Totally subjective.
No.
Absolutely opinion-based.
This is a ranking from Seating Masters.
Who?
Oh, so it's official.
Seating Masters.
Seating, S-E-A-T-I-N-G?
That's right.
Seating Master. Why are they chirping?
Based on over 40,000 Yelp reviews, the number one French fry.
That doesn't want to play for Oli Marmol.
And we're talking fast food fries?
That's correct. What do you think it is?
Some French fries and gravy, sir.
Since Chick-fil-A is so hot right now, I'll say Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A
What about
is
the waffle fries?
I like waffle fries.
Delicious waffle fries.
Tim, isn't McDonald's always kind of the winner on these polls?
You might be surprised. McDonald's not even in the top 10.
Get out.
Chick-fil-A, 5th.
How about Wendy's?
Not even receiving votes.
Okay, that's the end of the poll.
Does the fast food include like the Red Robins of the world where you sit down?
Bottomless fries.
They are not in there. I would say that every one of these would be considered fast food.
For heaven's sake.
Now, I will give you a hint for what is number one.
Okay.
There is not a location in the St. Louis metropolitan area.
One of those California places, the
In-N-Out.
In-N-Out is the winner.
Okay.
In-N-Out has the worst damn fries I've ever had.
And it's also the most overrated thing ever. Get out of
I
here.
enjoy the burger, but the fries are so bad that I can't tell if it's like a level.
Yeah, I'm telling you, they're like
they're proud of their bad fries.
Yeah, they're arrogant.
It's like we're proud of our bad show.
It's like someone's in their ear, maybe seating masters.
Seating masters again, Doug.
Telling them, no, you have great fries and everyone loves them. When the consensus that I've heard, everyone I've ever spoken to being like, I like In-N-Out, but the fries stink.
Yeah.
And that's what they are.
That's my official position. And I'm not with seating masters.
No.
Number one, Martin.
Let's do
In-N-Out. You want to fire a bet on now?
Shake Shack.
Yes.
Okay, just a wild guess.
Well, you're pretty good at this.
Waffle fries.
How many locations are there for this?
Growing like a weed.
You want to take a guess on Shake Shack locations?
In the St. Louis area, are we just go in Missouri or we go in the bi-state
countrywide?
Countrywide?
This great union.
Huh.
By the way, this is sort of an homage to Larry, like at the top 5 countries, his top 5 fries.
Countrywide, I'll say 1,000.
I was going to go way below that.
Oh, no.
It's under 500.
I would say
that.
100.
I was actually thinking 100 too, but since Jackson said under 500, then
how many?
I'll go 250.
371 Shake Shack locations.
Really?
St. Louis has to have about 5 now.
Yeah, New York has the most with 56.
I had Shake Shack in New York City down at like Battery Park, and at that point, I think there were only 2 locations.
The big one in Times Square.
And I was about to say there's one in Midtown and then down in Battery Park.
How many
that was
McDonald's
like 15
are there?
years ago.
How many McDonald's are there?
I mean, in America?
Well, yeah, that's where I was thinking.
Well, be careful. I asked him how many lineups the Cardinals had used this year, and he had a hernia.
I think AI could spit that out pretty quick.
Yeah,
McDonald's. Get McDonald's. There's
13,637. I'm sorry, Martin.
No, I was going to guess
13,000.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, so
Shake Shack second.
Best.
I don't know if you guys would get this one. Even if I gave
It'd be
you
like a Zaxby's or something.
Freddy's.
Weird.
Freddy's.
They're kind of like the new Steak and Shake.
Bojangles fourth, then Chick-fil-A, then Raising Cane's. This is not in St. Louis. There was one in Columbia and Cape Girardeau, the Dalhousie exit, but I believe both are gone now, and that's Zaxby's. Yeah.
It's a damn shame.
God, I like that Zaxby's.
Oh, do you?
Delicious.
I really do.
Yeah, really great chicken, but yeah, they're gone now.
I don't like the list.
Are they trending down or something?
I don't know on that. That's a good question. I mean, they're huge partners or have been huge partners with the SEC, so it felt like that's
Yeah,
why.
it was a southeastern state thing.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I like that Zaxby's a lot.
I would have thought it would work in Columbia, College Town. It had a bad location right there on 63. Wasn't
is that where it was?
Wasn't close to the
It
school.
was right by. It was on Stadium in 63.
Yeah.
Arby's following Zaxby's.
Kind of the curly fries.
Yeah, can't go wrong with the curly fry. Hardee's following Arby's, and then Checkers/Rallies.
Oh, that should be way higher. Way higher.
Tell me about those fries, boy.
Oh, they're fluffy.
Which ones?
Rallies/Checkers.
Is that the ones where you drive through, but it's confusing because there's a couple you
Very,
go this
very
way, that
confusing.
way?
Yes, there's 2 different drive-through lanes.
Okay.
They're like battered. You know, they got a thick coating around them.
Does Taco Bell have fries?
Yeah, nacho fries. Yummy. Well, I think that's only sometimes. I think it's a limited time.
We have a lack of support for Shake Shack being ranked second, but I don't believe it has anything to do with the French fry from the Gene Steckschulte's Wicked Slide piece. That Danny Meyer was a big proponent of the vaccine passport. I'd prefer to see him inside of a prison cell with his assets seized. So, Martin, that is not a supportive statement. That is not a supportive statement of the French fry. And for the record, of course, it's a delicious crinkle cut. And Jackson, you think that's a thicker crinkle cut than many other locations?
Oh, yeah, and structured. Rigid.
Like a structured fry?
I don't know.
It has a lot of structural
How do you
integrity.
know this much about a fry?
Because once I put it in my mouth and eat it, I feel like I've analyzed it pretty good.
Oh.
And if you haven't, Seating Masters has the rankings.
Seating Masters are sons of sack asses.
I disagree wholeheartedly with the In-N-Out being number one.
Because this is all subjective. It doesn't matter what anyone thinks. It's what you like. That's the number one fry is what you like the most.
McDonald's fry is at least a top 10. Come on.
You know, the Cajun fry from Five Guys is really tasty.
Is that right? What's going on there with their spices and nices?
Yeah, and you get like a small one, and they give you half the fryer. I think getting a large,
do.
I think a large fry there is just the entire fryer of the French fries.
What about a
Like they fill the bag?
Penn Station's got the
Yeah,
potato
those are good.
skin-ish.
Yeah, they got the
fry.
skinish one on there.
Kind of like that.
They like that one too.
It's a good fat
You
lunch.
feel like you're really roughing it.
I got a text from Larry.
All it took was fry talk.
Sorry I didn't call in today. I was installing new cable boxes at my house. So he's been
Like that,
busy.
Doug. So
Hard at work. He's been hard at work.
So, do you feel like that's a way for you to dunk on John Scores?
I don't want to dunk on anybody, you know? That's not what I do it for. I don't do it for the posterizing. I do it for the betterment of the program.
Doug, Culver's has a great crinkle.
Stop this! See, that's a little less structured than the Shake Shack. Not bad.
If you're hungry, you're going to like pretty much anyone's fries. It's hard not to like a fry if you're hungry.
Yeah,
it's got to really be
and
a
if it's
hideous
warm
fry.
and hot. It has to be hot. Cold fries are
When people
weak.
DoorDash fries, like, how can
it
you
never
do
works.
that?
Never works. Burger and fries doesn't travel well.
That's a good take.
It
That's
just
a
doesn't.
really good
In
take.
the styrofoam box, it's over.
Just one air fry away, though.
Yeah, the air fryer has changed the game in that
But there was
department.
a recent article, it might have been in one of your guys' links, like within the last week, about Uber drivers acknowledging that they will sometimes
Steal
take
a
a
fry.
little sprinkling of the fries while they're
Don't do the
In
DoorDash
college.
thing. You don't want people handling your food.
In
and
college,
it to be cold.
I did it. I drove Postmates.
Would you eat people's fries?
No, but one time this guy who lived way down Corkscrew, some far away road, 15, 20 minutes, ordered this fish dish from a Chinese restaurant. It smelled like a sweaty sock.
Oh, Bill.
And I was essentially driving down, what would that be, Providence Road there with my head out the window, and it lingered in my car for a week, and I got about $1 tip. That's when I shut it down.
That was it.
I was like, this is not worth it.
That's when you said, I'm getting into radio.
Oh, my God. And it was like leaking. It was like some saucy fish, and it was leaking everywhere.
People ever order ice
Awful.
cream at DoorDash?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Is it melted by the
no,
time?
they freeze dry it. Like they're
The dry ice.
They have
Yeah,
dry
that
ice
brown
blocks.
bag that's real stiff.
Yeah, and some guy brings it to you in dry
How about
ice.
you get up off the couch
Couldn't
and
agree
go
more,
get it your
Doug.
own darn
I
self?
never use the apps. Because if I can go drive there myself, why would I pay the $10?
Isn't that part of the experience, just getting up out of the house and going somewhere and seeing the world? And
I think you're underestimating how sedentary some people are.
well, I guess.
Can I ask a Larry question?
I am taking all questions. Doug, unfortunately, is not available.
Okay. Couldn't Larry, knowing that Tuesday is sort of his opportunity to shine, couldn't he have installed the cable boxes a little later?
Wow.
I mean, I'm just curious.
So you think that was passive aggressive?
Or is he just resigned to the fact that Jackie avoids him, so he thought, what the hell, I might as well get some stuff done around here.
Yeah, my Tuesdays are freed up anyways, right? No, I don't know. It's a good question.
If Jackson was starving at Kai's wedding because both food and dates were not included or allowed, would he eat cold French fries, baked fruit, or non-mustard potato salad? That's from Shooter McGavin.
Oh, I dislike all three of those things. I guess, yeah, if starvation's the other option, then I'll eat those things, but not if I have my druthers. I feel like I seldom get my druthers.
From the star of Real Housewives of TMA, Sharon and Clayton. I've never heard this before. I'm curious about you boys. Pro tip, always put to-go or doggy bag food in your trunk. Have you heard that?
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't smell up your car.
Oh, okay. Well,
got it.
And then you'll remember it's there a week later.
Yeah, and then it's like Billy Bats is in the back of the car, huh?
yeah, that's the thing. Then I would have had fish sauce all over my golf clubs. I'm not doing that.
Oh,
also, some people have like a car where their trunk is still very much a part of the cabin of the vehicle.
like a hatchback.
Right. Or just
Well,
any
SUVs,
SUV or
it's sort of part of it.
crossover. Unless you're driving a sedan. Then
With a white wall.
With white walls, preferably.
White walls will keep the smell out.
Better believe it. Martin's got onboarding, and
We'll
what is
talk
the topic
fries.
today? Talking fries.
Yeah.
And onboarding, we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day at 10:45. Tony LaRussa with us for about 35 minutes in the 9 o'clock hour, which is presented to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. And in our Fisher Window endorsed 8 o'clock hour, a good conversation, certainly got people fired up. Ed Hermann of Brown and Crouppen taking the side of Rafael Devers and saying the Red Sox were out of line for asking him to move from third base to a variety of different positions. That is also available via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. Martin, we will see you tomorrow. Enjoy onboarding. We'll come back with the 10 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic company in St. Louis, founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the St. Louis Cardinals, the Blues, and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success, so it's no wonder they've decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Stanley Cup action back tonight right here on 101 ESPN. Oilers and Panthers Game 6. That's going to be a 7 p.m. puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Nice. Doug, I mean, I feel like
this can't be a professional song. It can't be.
This is a Kendrick song?
This is horrendous.
No, this is my favorite. This is my favorite Kendrick song.
This is your favorite song?
No, my favorite Kendrick Lamar song.
Stiefel Dossier might as well be lit on fire now.
Word.
Nonsense.
You could do this as a grade school kid. You could produce music like this.
This guy just sold out the Edward Jones Dome. You're saying he's a child.
It's a sad thing.
He did more than the DC Defenders could do.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, seriously. Where's the think piece on that?
That's where we're going.
Think piece. God, can you imagine?
I would love it. It would be like the most straw man thing. Kendrick Lamar outperforms the DC Defenders in St. Louis.
Quotes from Jordan Tamu.
People didn't think that Kendrick Lamar could make it happen.
No, I wouldn't have thought that.
MD 2020 is not on board with the song in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
He couldn't even hear it. I had the aux off for copyright reasons. So that's wrong.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day. I like this question. I kind of would have liked it a little earlier in the Stiefel dossier, but you know what, Jackson? Maybe you've got a good gauge on what works and where. Who do you think is the most universally liked athlete in America?
Yeah. Yep. I thought about this.
Ever? You're talking right this moment.
Right in June 17th, 2025.
Okay.
I think it has to be a football player just because of the outreach that football has. I think the most people watch football.
Okay. All right.
I have an answer.
I'll buy in. All right. Okay. I'm trying to workshop it in my head.
I'll go with Patrick Mahomes or Caitlin Clark. One of those.
Caitlin Clark's a great answer, but I think that because of the discourse around her, which is wrong, but whatever.
Well, what has she done to cause that?
Nothing at all, but I'm saying that's unfortunately not her fault, but there's a lot of discourse that's unfair.
If you don't like Caitlin Clark, you're just a hater.
I agree.
Just a hater. She's done absolutely nothing to be disliked.
I couldn't agree. I'm not saying anything in an indictment of Caitlin Clark. I'm saying the discourse around her, which is wrong for a multitude of reasons.
What's the discourse? Layered. She's too good?
It's not something I'm looking
Jackson's avoiding talking about the racial take-smiths.
Yes. That go on.
That's where I come into play because, again, I'm not running for office.
Right.
Who do you think it is? Because if you're saying it's football, Doug said Patrick Mahomes. You didn't bite, which is telling me you're not saying it's Patrick Mahomes.
I think it's Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
I think my answer would be Josh Allen.
And Doug does not agree.
So. No, I think there'd be a lot of people, casual and below fans, who might not even know who Josh Allen is. I think everybody knows Patrick Mahomes.
The reigning MVP.
As sports guys, it seems weird that we wouldn't think that anybody doesn't know Josh Allen. I think a lot of people know. Everybody knows Patrick Mahomes. I think there's probably still some who don't appreciate Josh Allen.
I don't think Allen's popped out into like pop culture and
he just married
commercials
Haley Steinfeld.
I think there's a lot of people who wouldn't know who that was.
But he's not on 100. He's not on 100 commercials. He hadn't won a couple Super Bowls.
What about Steph Curry?
He's right up there.
He'd be up there. Yeah, he'd be up there. I think if you did this 5-6 years ago, he might be numero uno.
Yeah, he could be.
Getting a lot of Shohei Ohtani's in the text inbox.
He'd be there too. Yeah.
Yeah, Universal. I mean, yeah. Who is like, boy, I really hate that Shohei Ohtani. Like the way he conducts himself,
It's hard to dislike Mahomes, isn't it? Who doesn't? I can see where you hate the Chiefs because they beat your team or something for whatever, but you can't really dislike Patrick Mahomes.
No, people have disliked his wife and his brother.
And some of his, like, flopping and some of the stuff he does with the penalties.
I think it's like Tom Brady style hate where they're so good you just kind of have to hate on them.
Yeah.
But that's why I think it might be Josh Allen because he can fly under that radar. And if you've ever heard an interview with him or seen what he does like outside, he's just as likable as it can get.
He is. I just don't think he's reached that level of national celebrity yet.
Okay.
Who would be at the top of the list just from the NHL?
Austin Matthews?
No.
I'm not the clearly not the person.
No,
Yeah, I don't know why I looked at you.
McDavid, I think, is the biggest name in the NHL right now.
Talent-wise.
I mean,
but as big as he is, he's another guy that a lot of people probably don't know much about.
Do people love Ovechkin across the board? Like, is he...
I think he's gained some popularity as like the old man who's still scoring, breaking records. He seems to have some fun.
I can't stand Mahomes. That's from Tubby Timberlake.
Why?
Tubby Timberlake, you can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101 to explain yourself to Doug.
I don't see that he's done anything to dislike him. He gets calls from the officials. There's no doubt about that. He wins games.
Yeah, I have
Seems
no
like a
beef.
nice guy.
Oh, I like Patrick Mahomes a lot. I think he's awesome.
I'll just read the text inbox, totally unfiltered. Ovi sucks. Alex Ovechkin. Ovechkin. Lars Nootbaar, Travis Kelce, Sid, Red Panda. Can I get my lickety split from Doug now?
That guy texted that in 7, didn't he?
Yes. I can't stand Mahomes. Being a Raiders fan, it's very easy to hate Mahomes.
Why?
Messi, Daryl Duran. Doug Daryl Duran gets
Or soccer, indoor soccer, yeah.
Mahomes likes Whataburger. I like Mahomes. Doug, this person's supportive of Patrick Mahomes because he enjoys Whataburger. And that's why they have those in Kansas City, I believe, right?
Right, I think so. I think
We don't have In-N-Out or Whataburger over here, Doug.
No, there's a lot of things we don't have anymore. Like a football team.
It's a shot at the Battlehawks. Have fun in the text inbox. Messi, John Rocker, Bonnie Blue, Travis Kelce, Otani, no question, Otani, Messi, Curry, Allen, Tiger, Shaq. There you go.
All right. Otani, that's... I like Shohei Otani. I just don't know much about him, like from a personality standpoint.
No, we see very little of him because he doesn't do interviews, really.
Right. I will say it's really impressive how much his English has progressed in the short amount of time he's lived in America. Like, he's really close to just kind of speaking English.
Is he?
Yeah, it's impressive.
I don't think I've ever heard him talk.
Really? Yeah. I saw some with him and Dave Roberts recently where Dave Roberts gave his like daughter a gift, and he was kind of talking to him in English. It was impressive.
These aren't my words, but these are Big Tough's words. Can we say, Tim, his move is looking great this year? That's a Big Tough.
Top 5. I'd say he's top 5. Most universally,
I don't know how popular I am outside of, like, the United States, though.
Your fame is international, Tim.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email of the day will be coming your way. This is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Stewie in Stewart's American Mortgage. You can call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He'll help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he'll get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he will get you the best interest rate possible, and he also has the Bagel Loan that can help you out as well. What is the Bagel Loan? Well, here you go. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone at 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. It's Stewie, and his personal cell phone is 314-324-4440. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN, and we welcome you to participate in so many different ways. Text in 314-399-9646. We have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up here on the program. You can always go back and podcast, Doug. Wonderful segments earlier on with Tony LaRussa, Ed Hermann of Brown and Crouppen, taking Rafael Devers' position with the Red Sox battle, and Schaefer Doors, a company that both of us have worked with, and delighted by the great Jason Gosrow.
Yeah, when your garage door breaks, malfunctions, and it will at some point, what are you going to do immediately? What's your first thought? Your first thought should be, Schaefer Door. They'll come out and get it fixed, especially if it's on a Monday morning for whatever reason. They say when garage doors go bad, a lot of times it happens over the weekend. You try to get the car out Monday morning, it's not going anywhere. So Schaefer Door has set up a special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They've got people ready to go to get you taken care of. It's just a great company that can handle any kind of garage door issue, whether you have just a single garage door like you might have at home, or if you own a business and have those big giant warehouse doors. Schaefer is experienced in those as well. It's best to call or text them at this number. Now write it down, 636-782-3608. You didn't write it. Here it comes again.
Do it.
636-782-3608. Or you could just remember Schaefer Door. That's SCHAEFER. Only one F. Only one F in Schaefer. The business has multiple family members that have been working there for years, big enough to get any job done, small enough to talk with a person when you actually call, and their service techs are not commission-based. It's a great St. Louis company that can take care of any kind of garage door issue you might have. Schaefer Door is a Clopay Master Authorized Dealer.
The program is called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Universal Windows Direct. If you are a homeowner, you know how it goes. You work hard for your home. You take pride in it, but let's be honest, it's always something, right? There's always a project that needs attention, and sometimes the big ones, like replacing old windows, get pushed to the bottom of the list. But this is the time to finally check that box with Universal Windows Direct. It's honestly one of the easiest decisions you can make right now. They're offering their home improvement season sale, and the offer is just too good to pass up. You can get payments as low as $99 a month, or no payments and no interest for an entire year. That gives you a full year to enjoy the comfort, savings, and curb appeal before you ever make a payment. So, if you are feeling those summer cooling costs creeping up, or you are just ready to give your home a fresh look, don't wait. Give my friends at Universal Windows Direct a call and schedule your free assessment and take the first step toward a more comfortable, energy-efficient home. Call 314-334-2522 or go to universalwindowsdirect.com. And trust me, you'll be so glad you did. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Welcome back. It is TMA 101 ESPN, and we welcome you to email in because we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up. Doug, article in The Athletic that says the following. History says one of these 5 teams should win the World Series. After analyzing every full MLB season since 1998 to find what statistical DNA most World Series champions had in common, halfway through the year, some trends emerged, and 5 current teams fit the profile. Baseball's always defied predictability, and that especially goes for the final outcome of each season. The 83 wins St. Louis Cardinals won it all in 2006, for instance, while the 116 wins Seattle Mariners didn't even make the World Series in 2001. Compared with other sports, MLB's postseason has a well-earned reputation as a crapshoot where the hottest team in October can slip past better ones on paper. In parentheses, editor's note, which makes the regular season's value continue to decline. End parentheses. But even though the playoffs themselves might be anybody's guess, the road to October's success still leaves a trail even halfway through the regular season. So I went back and retraced it, analyzing every full season since MLB expanded to 30 teams in 1998 to see where eventual World Series winners typically ranked in some key categories by the end of June. Doug, here are the key categories.
Okay.
Win percentage.
No kidding. Boy, some sort of statistical genius put this together.
I like this. This is good stuff.
Winning percentage. Nice. Okay, that's enough.
That's it.
That's a wrap on this one.
Series wins got to be in there.
It wouldn't be.
Win percentage, run differential, wins above replacement. Champs who followed it, 25 of 26.
Ooh. No kidding. The teams that won the most actually won the World Series. I find that very hard to believe.
Why do you hate the article?
We don't need to. You talk about overanalyzing things. This guy has decided that teams with the best winning percentage have the best chance of winning.
The exception, of course, the 2003 Marlins, Doug. They were 6th in WAR, 17th in win percentage, and 18th in run differential.
Okay, just stop it.
Therefore, that eliminates these 2025 teams. The Diamondbacks, the A's, the Braves, the Orioles, Red Sox, White Sox, Reds, Guardians, Rockies, Royals, Angels, Marlins, Pirates, Mariners, Cardinals, Rangers, Nationals.
Damn.
Cardinals are out.
Almost every team in last place or close to it.
I just felt the way that the Team USA roster is built, they would have to outscore their opponents to win.
It's the same kind of analysis we're getting with this article. The teams in last place have the worst chance of winning the World Series. No kidding.
Factor 2, rank among the top 17 in OBP or top 11 in slugging. Champs who followed it, 25 of 26. The 2025 teams that have now been eliminated, the Giants and Devers in their pitching, the Rays, and, fresh off this weekend's 3 of 4, the Brewers. Factor number 3, rank among the top 11 in opponent batting average or top 16 in whip. Champs who followed it, 25 of the last 26.
Rank in the top 16, that's half the entire major leagues.
That eliminates the Dodgers and the Phillies. So the Dodgers and Phillies are not going to win the World Series.
This just in.
Well, what could get the Dodgers is their pitching.
They got bad pitching.
Because they've given up a lot of runs.
What I'm starting to wonder is if they're following the model of their friends. I don't know if it is, depending on traffic. Only a few miles away, in taking off some of the regular season to make sure that they're ready for October.
Yeah.
The oil kind of doing the same thing. You know, you have the LTIR. Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering what's going on there now that they know that they'll most likely be in the postseason, then just get in and then guys are rested up. I'm starting to wonder if that's being executed by teams like that.
I don't know.
Factor 4, rank among the top 13 in quality starts or fewest meltdowns. Champs who followed that, 24 of 26. Exception, one team, the 2011 St. Louis Cardinals. Cardinals were 23rd in quality starts and 30th in meltdowns.
Ooh.
What's defined as a meltdown?
Jackson?
A meltdown. That's a good question right there, Doug. A meltdown.
I'm a journalist.
In regards to baseball.
A meltdown.
I'm not seeing.
It's like lopsided losses, maybe?
Meltdowns. It's a alternative to saves and blown saves. something
Okay,
of
so it's a
paragraph.
meaningless little word
If
they
a
threw out
reliever
there.
records
Text
a
Bill here real
WPA below negative .06,
Okay, stop this!
they earn a meltdown.
This is over-analyzing.
That eliminates the Mets. And the Twins. Twins have been eliminated because they can't blow balls out when they're up at bat, and they can't blow balls in when they are on the mound. So the Mets and the Twins are out. And then factor 5, check at least 4 of these 5. Top 11 in lowest BABIP allowed.
Oh, God. I can't take it anymore.
Top 20 in batting clutch. Top 20 in fused home runs per 9 innings allowed.
Top 20. Now that's 2/3 of the league is top 20.
Top 25 in lowest strikeout batters rate. Top 25 in speed score.
Top 25 now.
Champs who followed it in 24 of the last 26. That eliminates the Blue Jays. So who is left? The Astros can win the World Series this year. The Cubs can win the World Series this year. The Padres, the Tigers, and the Yankees. There it is. Go bet your bankrolls, divvy it up by 5, and then allocate appropriately, Doug, and you will receive a handsome payout sometime in mid-November when we're paying attention to college football and the NFL, and the World Series is determined after a month and a half tournament following 162 regular season games.
I've got my own analytics, and I'm here to tell you 100% of the world champions will finish in the top 30 in runs scored.
Hold on a second, Jackson. That might be a promo.
Yeah. 100% World Series winner will finish top 30. Now, there are 30 teams.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's about how meaningful this little poll is.
But I think they're hitting all of the criteria Tim just listed. That's the.
I think in general, it's usually who's got the best pitching. Yeah. That's usually what gets you there.
Guys, a meltdown is Jackson on a remote. That's from the Crystal City Clam Hammer.
Meltdown. That's true. That's a good text.
Does this article have a meltdown percentage of my marriage? Let me know. Thanks, guys. That's from Philip Seymour Doffman.
I like the name.
Tip of the cap to Crystal City Clam Hammer for the tax. We will tip our caps for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Next on TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Michael's Flooring. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years online at igotflorida.com. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And you can go online right now at igotflorida.com and receive 3 free samples from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion is flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason he's continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of. And this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, in Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotflorida.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Cardinals back in action today. 6:40 first pitch on the south side of Chicago against the White Sox. Matthew Liberatore on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to TMA. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Great interview with Tony LaRussa that I would recommend going back and podcasting via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. You can watch it on YouTube as well. Time for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Voicemail, 11:58 p.m. Monday from Jerry Delvecchio. Transcript auto-generated. Yeah, hey, it's Tank again. Just circling back, and by circling back, I mean begging someone to explain how I'm supposed to keep selling this crap when we've spent 11 straight days talking about a Red Sox trade. Martin pulls the pin on the talk to death topic that then vanishes like a sub wheeling in a TV and throwing on, sub wheeling in a TV and throwing on, remember the Titans so he can go chain smoke with the lunch ladies. And now I got to sell the segment where Jackson breaks down an overtime layup fest between the Baton Rouge Birkenstocks and Seattle Subarus. Meanwhile, I'm sweating through an Aldi sport coat and Bob's HVAC and hair restoration, begging for a 30-second re-up for the minute-long email of the day where you marble-mouth 2 emails from Jake the Kiss Ass. Who couldn't stir up controversy if you spotted him the controversy. And somehow that book's a win nowadays? Tell Doug I'm selling promos for other promos, and even that ain't working. The high point of this show is we'll have more with me from this show on another show, just like this one, after the break. And I'm supposed to pitch that like it's premium content? I got a commission slip that reads like a Cletus scorecard, and Jackson's texted me, need to close the MeUndies deal for the most beautiful women of Mount Vernon segment while I'm in bumper-to-bumper traffic reading YouTube where Iggy's spamming the chat, volunteering Plowsy to record another straight-to-deleted Lunchables pod on his wedding day. If we want to be taken seriously, maybe stop taking calls from guys with Busch Stadium beer cup in the press box avatars and Patriot in a bio. And quit teasing Cardinals news next just to say a bullpen arm got Ubered to Memphis again. I'm done. Call me ASAP. Tim, I'm serious this time. And someone better Venmo me $10. I need gas in a Yoo-hoo before I go pitch Vic from Vic's Prostate and Auto Repair. End of message. To save, press 1. To delete, press 2. Doug, that's from Jerry.
Gosh,
Big
that was
Tank Delvecchio.
long. Big Tank Delvecchio likes to hear himself right.
And finally, all this golf talk has me wanting to play. Doug, turn around and let me play that back nine. I haven't played your course in a long time. I may not be long off the tee, but I got a really good up and down game. That's from Don Peepee.
Didn't care for that either. No. Don Peepee.
Duality of man right there.
That's what we have.
I'm not voting for either one. I'm not voting for either fella.
That's fine. Tank all day.
Congratulations to Jerry Big Tank Delvecchio. This guy's very dangerous, but he needs a yoo-hoo?
Way too long on the email.
Most beautiful peoples of Mount Vernon.
Way too long.
It's a short list. You can get on it.
Congratulations to Jerry Big Tank Delvecchio. You have won the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Time for us to go. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.